Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day here in Glasgow at the IPA UK Open. We crowned 4 champions yesterday, 4 unbelievable matches, and we're going to crown a couple more today.
Yeah, what a day yesterday. The ladies' elite champion,
Emma Cunningham
winning another title. And then we had Dan Harris taking down the amateur in a high-class final against Rona McCarthy. Gemma Clyde took the ladies' amateur title, and then it was all topped off by that man again, Liam Dunster.
And he's still going today. Can he do another double? He's already done it this year. But if he is going to do it, one of these guys that we're going to be watching in a moment, he's going to have to beat Mark Farnsworth and Gav Robinson. Battle of the North East.
Yeah, Battle of the North East. We've not seen much of Gav too much this year. He's not had a great season so far, but I think he admits himself that he doesn't really put the time in anymore. And then Farnsworth, you know what he can do. He's multiple IPA title winner. Trying to hopefully burst Liam's bubble, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mark, he had a goal in mind at the start of the season. He's had a few ups and downs for different reasons. Gav, as you just mentioned there, he's not really... I think he had some personal battles as well, and then he's just struggled to put the time in. But listen, it's a game of pool. Yeah. It's a race to 7. And there's nothing to say that Gav can't go and win this and then go on a decent run again. He's already had an IPA title not so long ago, so who knows?
Who knows? It'd be an interesting one to see, and I wonder how today pans out.
Yeah, so Mark Farnsworth, Gavin Robinson is coming up in a few moments, so I'm going to hand over to the commentary team, and Kevin Ray's in there with Dan Fairway.
Good morning, everyone. Well, we've just ticked over into the afternoon. Welcome to the live coverage here from the Normandy Hotel in Glasgow. Today is the turn of the UK Open. And we're starting with a battle of the North East. Mark Farnsworth up against Gav Robinson. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Mr. Four Fingers himself, Kit Kat Kevin Ray.
How you doing, Dan?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Bit of an up and down weekend. Probably played the best match of my life and just came up short against Ben Davies, but hey-ho.
That's good effort. You can take that to the bank and, work on it.
Just makes me want it even more now. Really looking forward to this match. I think Betsy and Stevie alluded to it just before the start. Both of the guys have not had the best of seasons, but someone tells me that we're still going to be in for a cracking match this time.
Yeah, I think that's fair by their standards. Particularly Mark's high standards. It's not been the season he would have been hoping for, but perhaps a chance to put that right today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe the one thing that doesn't go in Mark's favour is the fact that he generally sets his standard that high in the first place, and he always tries to live up to that, so gets himself a bit down if it doesn't, meet his expectations.
It's Mark to break off first. We watched him break yesterday on this TV table, and it wasn't great.
Yeah, I saw him, when they're having a little knock as a warm-up. And normally when Mark breaks, it's like the parting of the Red Sea. And again, you've just seen it there. It's just, ball's splitting well, but just nothing seems to be going in.
Yeah, I thought for a moment there we were going to have a re-rack because that black was very close to the left centre pocket.
Yeah, tracking towards it very close, but be interesting to see how Gavin navigates this opportunity here. Red's obviously a favourite.
Yeah, it's not a bad opportunity on Reds. The red in that diamond of yellows over on the left-hand side, that's his biggest problem.
Yeah, but I think possibly if he can, if he clears the red that's sort of between the black spot in the middle of the table, you can then pot the one in the bottom left corner and then possibly squeeze through that little gap and take the awkward red into the right middle. Oh, but did not expect that.
No, me neither. Although it was one of those slightly awkward ones where he was stretching and it close to the cushion. It was missable.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to get it out of the way as soon as possible.
Oh, that's very inventive from Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, I think apart from his obvious ability, Mark's just got a tendency to find shots that nobody else sees or even contemplates.
I mean, you can see what he's doing here. He's being ultra aggressive. I think the way he sees this, he's so far behind in the frame to start with that there was no point trying to find any safety. There was just, let's take it on and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, he's attacking. I'd say he's certainly a lot more of an attacking player than defensive, and he just seems to manufacture these chances for himself. But certainly not an easy layout for where they are now.
No, and now he is going to shut up shop, but he hasn't played that particularly well at all, actually.
No, the worst thing is, after me saying he's certainly a lot more attacking than tactical when he plays a safety.
I mean, he is. That's the thing. You're right. He's more attacking than tactical, but I think the way that second shot of his panned out wasn't an attacking chance anymore.
Yeah, he just left himself with no other option. Again, I certainly expected him to play a lot better than that. And because he's not played it too great, he's left that gap in the bottom right, and it's just opened the frame right up for Gavin.
Just before I stepped into comms, I had a word with Gavin. Told me he hasn't really practiced over the last few. On holiday the week before last, and then he said it was far too hot for pool last week.
To be perfectly honest, if you'd been in the hotel rooms, you'd think it was far too hot this weekend.
Yes, yeah, roasting at times.
Safe to say there's no swimming pool in the hotel, but it's definitely like a sauna. Had that extra scope there, Gav. Just a big pocket.
Just got to be careful playing this. I'm going to play it now, but that is going to leave that red above those.
The same
A bit
awkward red that
awkward.
we talked about before.
Yeah,
I think if he just screws this into the middle, comes off the bottom cushion, and he's leaving the awkward red into the same pocket, possibly.
possibly. Got into it, not enough. He's
Left himself a shot at least.
he has left himself a shot. I don't think it's the shot he was intending to leave himself, if I'm honest.
I certainly think he's going to just drop it into the middle. Yeah. He doesn't have to do much with the white ball here, just leave himself a shot.
One 0 Gav Robinson.
Yep.
I don't think either player will be too unhappy with that, to be honest. Mark never really stood a chance in that frame. He played a poor safety shot, but ultimately he was behind the 8-ball from the word go in that one.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. The only way it could possibly stand out differently when he went to play the safety, if he had actually covered that pocket, it certainly, not saying Gav wouldn't have finished it, it just certainly would have made it a lot more awkward.
Here are scores. Table 16 is an interesting one, a repeat of last night's professional final in the round of 16 in the Open.
It just shows you the how it can pan out. Like I say, going from a final to the last 16, it's crazy. It really is.
Archie looking for a bit of revenge there.
Yep, only time will tell if he gets it.
Who, of course, have the Ladies Open ongoing today as well. Amy Beecham, one of the favourites for every tournament she enters. She is flying against Von Ewing, 4-0 up.
Yep. Jake Newlove also going very well against Gio Edgar, 3-0 lead. See how Gav does here. See if he can capitalise on the first frame.
Oh, unbelievable. That is Amy Beach and Yvonne Ewing, that's semi-final. Going into the semi-final stage.
Yeah.
Dry break for Gav Robinson. So 2 dry breaks to start us off. Ideal for either player.
Yep. And I'll be honest with you, I can only see a Farnsworth finish here on the Reds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could write this one down on my notepad now, if I'm honest.
Yeah. To be honest, I think maybe even I could finish that. Although that's maybe just a bit of a stretch.
Okay.
Just a nice wee stroke here for Markey. Could be done and dusted.
He'd want to leave himself on that leftmost red first. He hasn't done it. Now he's got an awkward bridging. Just a chance this goes wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, and it has. He hasn't got out past it.
Very, very surprised. It's very tight. I don't think you can see that red in the middle of the table. Could be wrong.
His facial expression tells the story there, I think.
Yeah. Wee bit ticked off with himself there.
The question becomes, what can he find here? There doesn't appear to be an obvious pot on.
All I can think is that the one that's closest to the white is, the finish cut to the top left corner as we're looking to it. But then the white's going to be travelling at pace, and it could go horribly wrong.
I think he's having a look at red off the yellow into the right centre.
That's... If it comes off, then great, but I think he's just trying to do too much there.
I mean, I don't see what other choice he had. The thin cut maybe, but I'm not absolutely convinced that was on.
Well, it was one of them. It was pretty thin, and obviously the pace he would have had to put into it. It was the white would have collided with the red that he ended up playing. But
well, this is an opportunity that Gav Robinson would not have expected. He's back at the table.
Yeah, I mean, when he came up dry there, Gav probably wrote the frame off.
I mean, we all wrote the frame off. I think Mark might have done. I think that might have been his undoing, perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe it's
just the plant. The plant went wrong.
It did go wrong. He came back a bit too far. Even if he had just came back 6 inches, he was absolutely perfect. I think Gav can just possibly top this through into the middle and leave if he can get to the bottom of the 3 reds, yellows, sorry, then it opens up the pocket for the next one, and then in turn opens the last one up. But we'll soon see.
Overrun it a bit. Well, actually, it's absolutely plumb.
Yeah, it's actually he's played it wrong, but it's worked out perfect.
He could be on any of these 3. He could take any of these 3 yellows.
I think if he takes the top one, just stuns back, or either one of the top 2 of the 3.
Middle one. Take the middle.
Middle one, yeah, just bounce on and off the cush. Not the best for Gav, actually.
For me, he's played that far too hard.
Yeah.
It's thrown into the yellow. Maybe he thought he was in the yellow closest to the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
But neither of these 2 look settled just yet.
No. Again, I agree with you.
Gav can't recover. He has made a bit of a problem for Mark. It's not a huge one. Mark will have to take that 8 ball up to the top right, you would think now.
Yeah, I mean, if he takes the bottom one of the 3, he can just roll it through and possibly have the choice, leave the middle red, or even the top, but all about cueing this nicely. And that's exactly what he's done. Great shot. The question is, where does the black go? I don't know if it sneaks into that right middle. Looks like it could just be putting the cue ball into that region.
Yeah, he's got options here. Left himself a nice angle to either drop on it or play into it.
Yeah, and play into the black. He might even hit the yellow.
Played on the double.
Yeah. And a player of his calibre, you would expect him to get it, but as we've seen for the first couple of frames, nothing's certain. That's a lovely double there.
Oh, one apiece. Neither player will be. I imagine we're in a situation where both players will be annoyed, actually.
Yeah.
They'll both be sat there thinking, well, this is a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting at 1-1. You see the chances that both players have had. It could have been. I think maybe Gav slightly more ticked off than Mark because he had that great chance and just overran it. Because I think out of the two so far, Gav looked the more likely that could have been 2-0 up.
As I mentioned, this is what's going on in the Open currently. So we do have two ladies' matches on. They are the two semi-finals. Amy Beecham looks like she is about to secure her place in the Open final on table 8. Table 3, Mira Area and Shona Lucas. Mira taking frame 1. But there is clearly a long way to go in that one.
Yep, just in the infant stages.
All the other matches are last 16 matches in Open. Apart from Liam Dunster, Craig Marsh, actually, last 32.
Yeah.
Both players trying to catch up after last night's exertions.
Players of that standard, that's the thing. They're staying in each event for so long that it does hold things up a bit, purely because you've got to juggle the two events simultaneously.
Much better break from Mark.
First ball potted on a break. Or
There's sort of an argument for either colour.
yeah,
You could play this yellow quite pacey off the rail, off the red, and open that up.
Yep.
Which would make all the yellows go.
Yep. And or if he decides to take reds, the only ball you could consider awkward is on the bottom cushion next to the two yellows, but there is a space to play onto it.
I'm going to say that does go, and I don't think that got a nice couple of balls to land on it, particularly the one on the right hand side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think if Mark's the sort of player, if he doesn't have to move anything, he won't.
Yeah. And again, it goes back to his ability. He's just, when he's on it, he's that good. He's got perfect opportunity to land on the awkward red right now. And with the position of the black, there's a chance that he may leave the red furthest up the table to last and land if he needs to. He can either play it to the top left or leave the double to the opposite middle from the last time. Played that really well.
Yeah, really, it's just the 8 ball now that is of concern to Mark.
Yeah.
It's not a particularly difficult shot to put it in the top left, but it's more where you put the cue ball. It's the two yellows behind it sort of acting as blockers. So if you're going to land on it, you've got to play quite a precise shot to get there.
Yeah, I mean, the angle, he's left it now. He can drop this in the middle and either, depending on the pace, either leave the red to the top right. Oh, he's left it in the... I think the angle I think he's got maybe a slight angle. stun across for the black into the top left? Or will he just hold the white, play the double?
Yeah, he looks hard to tell how straight that is. It does have a slight angle. I just don't know whether it's enough.
Yeah.
If not, he might just stun this back and play the double. We're about to find out. See, from this angle, it looks better, doesn't it? It looks like he's got the angle to
played.
do exactly that.
And I think, well, the white ball's just stopped just short enough that he's not going to really be hampered with his queuing here.
There we go. 3 frames in, and we finally have a tidy finish. Mark Farnsworth is the man to give it to us, and he leads by 2 frames to 1.
Yep, nice and clean there. Just joined the dots, basically. Having to break now. Down for break for the second frame in a row.
You've been enjoying your time in Glasgow? Have you?
Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah.
And maybe the results didn't quite go the way I wanted, but
The fact that you're sat in here tells me that.
yeah, aye. I mean, on a positive note, it's some of the frames I played kind of giving me that urge to dedicate more time, get back on the practice table, and hopefully the results will come. See how Gav does here. Try again.
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth out of his seat there like a coiled spring.
Yeah.
He was ready and waiting.
Like he had an ejector seat there.
Yeah, it's he's just starting to get the bit between his teeth for this one.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest layout, this, but the yellows all have a pocket.
Yeah.
Just the yellow on the left-hand rail doesn't link up all that well with everything else.
Yeah.
So he's got to play a really good shot with that. He might even choose to move it. Because he can play this, the yellow he's closest to now to the bottom right, and leave an angle on the one to the bottom left.
Yeah, I mean, or he could screw across and play it down the rail, but electing to take another awkward one. Played it well. So I think top left, right middle. We might even leave the angle from that, the one on the right to the right middle, get onto the ball on the left-hand rail.
To be fair, I think the way he's gone about this, probably going to leave that down the rail.
Yeah.
Now that's his link for the 8 ball. Worked this out nicely, but he had to play a very good shot with the previous shot down the rail
Yeah.
to make that happen.
Using extension, just giving himself that time rather than rushing into it. Yeah, I think he's going to try and just top this one down the rail with a bit of side, leave the red and the yellow into the same pocket, and that means he has to make sure he leaves a nice angle of that red on in the wrong colour, the yellow on the right, then onto the ball. That is a nice shot. And now just drop this yellow in and leave himself an angle on the bottom left. Screw up, back the white towards the black.
Not the greatest. Probably would have liked a touch more angle on this yellow.
Even just roll through another inch or two.
Yeah, is he going to screw it on and off the side now? Oh no, he had more than I thought.
Yeah. I think the angle was a bit deceiving from
Yeah,
the
it looked so straight that.
Yeah.
I know you can pitch the pocket, but I didn't think you could pinch it that much. Shot.
Yeah.
This 8 ball for 3-1. Never in doubt.
Ah. I think he's kind of getting into the zone now, and we're seeing the Farnsworth that we're used to.
Confirmation then that Amy Beecham is through to the Ladies Open final. She will face the winner of Mira Area and Shona Lucas. Craig Marsh looking for revenge after last night's professional final loss to Liam Dunster. Looking good at the moment, 4-3 up.
It'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. Scott Gillespie now 1-1 with David Adenall.
Yeah, Dave's having a hell of a weekend.
To be honest, I think he's been quite consistent over the course of the season so far. And obviously he won his first title in the World Seniors. And I think that's maybe helping him kick on the way that he'd hoped.
Just having a quick look at his results. Obviously a bye in the first round of the Open. Second round of the Open, he beat Joe Harlan 7-0. Third round, Sean McMahon 7-4. And then the last 32, another bagel, Jonathan Price 7-0 again.
Yeah.
So Dave is very clearly a man in serious form.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen results, be positive for him coming into a tournament. Then it maybe just hasn't happened. But as I alluded to a minute or so ago, now that he's got that first title under his belt, he has been challenging at the latter stages of it. Oh, but an off there from Mark. Yeah, I think with Dave Adenall, it reminds me similarly results in the darts for Michael Smith. He tried for so long to get that maiden title, and then when he did, he just had a burst where he was doing really, really well. And I think, again, it could be the same for Dave.
Yeah, I don't know whether Dave feels like he's got that monkey off his back or not. He is, of course, the World Seniors champion. But it's not a tour title.
No.
And it's kind of somewhere in between the two. And I'm not trying to diminish the achievement in any way whatsoever.
Oh, absolutely
But I feel
not.
like the way that Dave thinks about things, the way that Dave feels about sort of results and tournaments and things, I'm not sure that he will feel like he's won his first IPA tour title.
I mean, for me, there's no doubt, like one day he will win a tour event, whether it be a pro event or whether it be the Open. He's got the ability. I'm a bit surprised that Gav, he didn't play the first shot particularly well, but I think he's left himself the angle he can just drop this in the bottom right, possibly. But chance for the awkward red that stuck on the yellow. Just to navigate the ones in the bottom left.
The other thing I would say, looking down the results here, as Gav shakes his head, going to take some time to think about this one. In the Open, it is an incredibly pro-heavy last 16.
Yeah.
There are only 2 amateurs, and they are likely to be pros next year. Pete Fisher and Josh Tomond.
Yeah, Pete's a fantastic player, and again, one of those, when he's on it, it just looks so natural, and I've got absolutely no doubt that he'll be a pro next year. Gav's maybe just going to, assuming that red goes to the middle, or is he going to play up the top and leave to the bottom left?
really nicely done.
Yeah, managed to just force that white through that little. I
Yeah.
think he'll just stroke this in, try and leave himself dead straight on the last red in the middle.
Put himself in quite a sticky situation in this frame, did Gav Robinson, and he's got out of it beautifully.
Yeah. Probably wanted the white to come out another couple of inches, but still fancy him to pot it.
Oh, good bridging as well. Not easy. Nailed it.
Cued it well, yeah.
A bit of disappointment for Mark. You felt like the momentum was really with him. That in-off has cost him a frame. But for Gav, hopefully that will settle him into the match because he hasn't looked great with his cue ball.
Yeah, even when he won that first frame, but even then, like I said, he just didn't look comfortable. So hopefully that settles him in. We can see, the real Gav.
Lots of players having really cracking weekends here. I'm looking at Christian Phillips on table 2.
Yeah.
Semi-finalist yesterday, of course, alongside David Adnall. Those two were the vanquished semi-finalists.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the earlier stages of Christian's match with Dunster, and I think he was 5-0 and 6-1 or 6-2
6-1 up.
But that's the thing with Dunster is he's never beaten until the last black's in and the white's stopped. He just, that dog with a bony will never ever give up. And when he's on it, he's the only term I can think is he's like a robot.
Yep. Wax lyrical about Liam Doug so often this weekend, but it's hard not to because he has now made 5 consecutive finals. Every single final that he could be in this season, he has been in.
I mean, that's frightening.
It's ridiculous. But Craig Marsh is 5-3 up, so that run coming to an end today.
Got the potential to. Craig's obviously former world champion, but just the form that Dunster's been in this season, I don't know if you could quite call it an upset, but
I think you could. I think if Liam loses any game, you could probably call it an upset.
well, yeah, I suppose so. Like I said, if there's anybody that's going to dig in and hold on, it's Liam. Not give up.
I don't know how happy Gav's going to be with this break. What he wants is the yellow, and I think he's got one option, and it's a thin snick back into the left centre.
Yeah.
He can't go reds, because unless he can take the red he's closest to now to the bottom left.
That would then leave him on the one that's near the black spot.
Yeah, I from the overhead, I didn't think that red passed the yellow to the bottom left, but from this angle, it looks like it might.
It looks like the yellow's just far enough over to leave him the access to that pocket. But whatever he's going to do, he's going to have to do it quickly. Even with the extension, that timer has run right down.
He doesn't like it.
No.
It's
Was
the
that
thin
red go
snick
to the
back
middle?
to the yellow.
Yep, he's went for it.
He will take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thing is, I think if he plays this one into the right centre now, he can either choose to free up, bring the yellow out, or he can, still leave it open for into the same pocket as the one he's playing.
Yeah, it's
But
one of those where there's so many options here, really.
Either way, the 2 yellows in the centre of the table, I think whatever shot he plays here, he'll still be on one of those.
Yeah. Yeah, perfectly done.
Assuming the right-hand side of the 2 yellows does sneak past the other one into the middle.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. He's just taking his time here because this is one of those things that looks quite easy, but there is, because of the yellows around, they've got to have that precision with the cue ball.
Yeah.
Sorry, because the reds started started me off now.
Himself this yellow to bottom right. I think just a case of stun over and then possibly taking the last 2 yellows into the same pocket.
Yeah, the issue for him with this finish has been those 2 reds on the racking line.
Yeah.
If he could have got nice and easily on that yellow to the bottom left, it would have been quite simple, but he's done a lot more work with the cue ball just because of that situation.
Certainly been a lot more complicated than it should have
Yeah.
been. I mean, I think you can just drop this in the bottom right and natural just to leave it. You can leave the last yellow to bottom left and he's close to being awkward there, but thankfully it's just stopped.
Fine.
You can just dig in ever so slightly in the white ball. Then absolutely perfect on the one on top right. Oh, oops. Could be a simple black into the pocket for 3-all. Does exactly that.
Just as Mark Farnsworth was gathering pace, a couple of, a break dish and a reverse dish from Gav Robinson has slowed him up. So 3 apiece. We are down to a race to 4. And this match is starting to heat up.
Yep, and again, we can see on the screen some of those scores. Now got Mira Arya is now 2-1 up on Shona Lucas. Could be an all-English final rather than an all-Scottish. Could have went either way. Christian Phillips and Gareth obviously deadlocked just now. Jake going really well against Gio on table 15.
Yeah, plenty of big hitters still left in this. Mark Farnsworth, of course, Gareth Hibbert, Clint Jansen, Liam Dunster. Those are the 4 you look at.
I mean, let's be honest, the standard nowadays is when it gets to the latter stages, you can really class any of them as big hitters.
You can.
Some slightly more than others, but
yeah, exactly that. Stood at the table willing one in there and it didn't make it.
it's definitely not been the greatest for breakers on this table over the weekend.
And yet some people have found it so easy.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of games where one or both players have broken like a god, and yet other games
Nothing.
have gone like this.
Yeah.
It's been quite a strange weekend in that regard.
And it's 7 frame into the 7th frame now, and I think is it 4, maybe 5 breaks?
Yeah, essentially 4 and then in off.
Yeah. Interesting to see how Gav goes about this. Not what he was hoping for there. Plant,
No.
maybe?
Yeah, I think he will play the 3-ball plant, but I don't think he'll pot it. I think he'll be trying to cover that pocket.
Yeah, just take the pocket. Because I think if he was to go the attacking route and try and pot it, the red he's going to have to make contact with first. It's not going to leave it easy, but he's having to go for it. He's running out of time.
Oh, he has gone the attacking route. Oh,
And
it's worked
how's-
out beautifully.
Yeah. The yellows.
Look at Mark's face.
He might have a smile, but I think Mark is absolutely fuming.
Oh, he's not fuming. I mean, obviously Gav saw the shot.
Yeah.
But
I was trusting to luck where they were going to end up the way he played it.
I think it was more that Gav made his mind up to take the red that he's going to take now, with about 5 seconds on the clock, and realised he wasn't on it.
And
he
changed
hadn't
his
looked
mind,
at it
yeah.
properly, and then all of a sudden he's gone, "Oh, I've got to take the plant," and just smashed it.
I think maybe the words that were going through his mind we can't actually repeat on the microphone.
Absolutely not. No.
But
I mean, I'm not sure I can repeat any of the words that Gav
yeah,
goes through Gav mind because
can-
I can rarely understand them.
you can draw your own conclusions though. It's again, he did play. The plant did go well, and that could have went wrong for Gav there. I mean, fortunately for him, it's not. I think hopefully when he plays this in the bottom left, he's going to. He wants to be as straight as possible in the one to right middle.
Yeah, I think going to load this up with left hand side. Oh, he's played it beautifully.
Yeah,
That's
just
clever.
using the yellow to hold it nicely.
I think he would have perhaps liked another roll or two of the ball there. He's just coming away at the tables. Have to leave distance.
Yeah, he's
And now this is a bit thin as well.
just got to watch. If he pots it, he just wants to watch the pace on the cue ball, just so he can hold for the black in the middle.
Yeah, he's now got to drag this. And the cue ball's close to the side rail. So it's not like you can easily get to the bottom of the cue ball.
Yeah. Well, he's not dragging it. He's just trying to play it pocket weight.
Right hand side to widen the angle. And he's held up in time. It's lovely.
Yeah. Just as long as he doesn't take this for granted.
He won't. He's flowing now, to be fair.
Yeah. Now you could probably say the momentum really is with Gav now.
Oh, 100%. Well, we've had 5 dishes in a row between the two of them.
Yep.
The first 2 of those were from Mark and the latter 3 from Gav. So I don't think Mark will be sat in his seat particularly unhappy. He hasn't actually missed a chance since the second frame.
Yeah. That's certainly been topsy-turvy so far.
Does look like Jake Newlove making his way to quarterfinals. 6-2 up on Gio Edgar.
Yep. And both of them phenomenal players. But Gio is capable of those bursts where he just loads and just goes frame after frame. But he can't do that if Jake's not giving him the chance.
No, we don't have any confirmed quarterfinalists yet, so he would likely be the first one through, barring a big comeback from Gio.
And obviously, Craig Marsh is on the hill against Dunster, but that's our last 32.
Yeah, that's only just happened. That was 5-4 when this screen came up.
Yeah. Clint Ianson now 4-1 up on Liam Power. Oopsie, Scott Gillespie just edging 2-1 in front against David Adenall. We'll see what Gav can do here. Certainly be hoping for a ball in the break. Hooray.
That is a pretty good split as well.
Yep. I think the little cluster of 3, they pot the top one of the 3, opens up one to the bottom right and then in turn to the bottom left.
Yeah, on the Reds, yeah. To be honest, I actually think he could take either set here.
Yeah.
He could take the yellow down towards the bottom left first as well, and then all the yellows are wide open.
Yeah.
Just a lovely split.
Yeah, like you said, definitely a case for both. It's just however he sees it, really. Like, it would be ideal if Gav's going to take the yellows. It's ideal if he is dead straight on this bottom one with the cluster of red.
Reds it is.
Yeah. Drop this in.
as you said, it's this triangle of reds here. He's left himself a lovely angle. He can just drift the top of the 3 in. That will open up the right hand of the 3 to the bottom right, which will open up the other one to the bottom left. It's a bit of a snooker layout, this, isn't it? Where you clear one ball and you open up a path for another.
Absolutely.
Just a fraction short of pace there on that one.
Slightly angled on that.
What we wanted to do was be able to top through into the yellow.
Yeah.
And he's tried to, and he's got quite lucky.
Yeah, I think possibly if he's got the slightest angles on this one in the bottom left, he can just drop it in pocket weight and still be on the red in the right middle.
He's also far enough away from that red. You can see that there's a clear gap there. He can actually just drop that in and land exactly where he wants. Dig down, done it in.
Yep. And if he's straight enough, he can just screw back. Might need to use the yellow.
There's a bit of traffic there, but there's quite a wide path.
Yeah.
Come around the back of those 2 yellows as well.
If he's straight enough, he can screw back. If it's wide enough, he can top through it off the 2 cushions. Oh, he's played that really, really well.
Yes, he has. Screwed through the gap, landed perfect on the red. But Mark Farnsworth has sat in his seat for 4 consecutive frames.
Yeah. Top this through it.
And there's just nothing you can do when someone's playing like Gav is playing well, but he's also getting the rub of the green.
Yeah, he's getting the rub of the green, and I mean, just there, you think he's made it slightly more difficult than he should have, but he's doing it.
It's just not. It's not the first time he's had a little bit of run. Perhaps. I mean, the 3-ball plant in the previous frame, particularly, it's a screaming example. But also that frame there, where he's tried to top into the yellow, didn't quite have the angle to do it, but still landed nicely.
Yeah, it's
Things like that can go wrong when luck's not on your side. But
yep, it's. I mean, I think I know. You asked anybody in my local league, when the luck's going for me, it's absolutely ridiculous. But then there is occasions where it doesn't. And thing is, when you're getting the rub of the ball and things are going your way, you've just got to capitalise on it.
yep, that's what he's done so far. Here are the tour dates for this year. We are, of course, over halfway through the season now. There are still 2 opportunities for you. Come and join us here on the IPA International Open in Coventry in September. Grand Final Festival. Beautiful Isle of Man Thomas Hotel. November. Get your single event entries in for those. We look forward to seeing you.
Absolutely. For anybody that's not played in the IPA before, if you're considering it, all I could say is do it. It's certainly tough going, but if you want to test yourself against the best, then certainly the right place to do it.
Mark stepped out of the arena for a moment, so we'll take you through some of the scores. They are all available on your screen, of course, but there is a notable lack of a table 15 there, which means we do have Jake Newlove as our first confirmed quarter finalist.
7-2, I believe.
And it was 7-2, yep.
Yeah, get a result like that against Gio, you must be playing well. An interesting game on table 13. First Ormond is 4-3 up on Anthony Monarch. And on the mat, the feature table, Gav is 5-3 up. The ladies' open semi-final, Mira Aria and Shona Lucas now deadlocked at 2-2.
Finally, a ball from the break for Mark Farnsworth, just at the critical moment.
Mark will be thinking to himself, thank goodness.
Thing is, had he not made a ball there, that break may well have been his last shot.
Yeah, possibly. The way things are going for Gav just now. But, see how Mark navigates this.
I think the red near the black spot tied up on that yellow. I think that's very tied up. So I think that's a problem for him.
I think the only pocket it goes to is the left middle.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% convinced it even goes in there. One of those, unless you're absolutely bang behind it, can't be certain.
Yeah, the left cushion yellow near the middle, just far enough down the path.
Yeah, it's gone yellows anyway, so
I think what he could do here, I mean, he's going to play this into the bottom left and possibly just knock into the one that's dead on the cushion, and it leaves him down the rail as well.
oh, that is absolutely stunning.
That's plum. Absolutely plum.
Beautiful control there from Mark Farnsworth.
Yep.
And he has done the work in this frame. He now just needs to dot the I's and cross the T's and make sure he gets himself back to 5-4.
Yep. Bottom, middle, top, black. Screw this into the middle, just come through the gap of the two reds there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the angle he's got, and that yellow perhaps looks a little bit low. I think he's considering going up to the top first.
Yeah.
The other option is he just screws this back to roughly where it is now.
Very possibly, yeah. Good call, Dan. Slide this past the black.
I think he would have liked to have been able to screw through the gap between the two reds. I just think,
Get that bit closer.
yeah, the cue ball came just far enough up table that he would have been taking a risk with the pocket.
Yeah.
And it's not worth it. This isn't that difficult.
Fancy me to it. Yeah, nicely done. Simple black, and we're at 5-4.
Mark Farnsworth stops the rot. Wasn't a rot of his own doing, but he had lost 4 frames in a row.
For me, it wasn't necessarily that Gav lost them, it's just Gav took them.
Yeah, absolutely. Gareth Hibbert is on the hill. Craig Marsh is on the hill. Liam Dunster is battling, as he always does, to stay in the tournament. But he has got it back to 6-5. Monarch and Josh Tomond. It's an interesting one. Josh 4-3 up in that one. Anthony, one of the brightest stars. But he's now trailing by 5 frames to 3.
I mean, I had arrived late on Thursday night, and when I came down for a knock, the early hours, I had a few frames with Anthony. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. I've seen a little bit of Josh, but not as much as I have with Anthony. But the results he's obviously getting, more than a capable player. It'll be interesting to see if he kicks on for there or whether Anthony can drag himself back in. Here goes another break from Gav. I think he's the only player I've seen on the tour that when he puts the white down for the break, the only one that goes round the side to make sure everything's perfect with that angle.
Seems to be working for him at the moment. Another good break, Gav Robinson.
I think Gav possibly wanted that yellow to drop in the top left there.
3. Yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah.
Can he get through to yellow to the top right? 'Cause he does. Yellows aren't too bad.
Yeah, I think possibly. Oh, we'll soon see. Well, I think from the angle we're looking at now, the red's just close enough to the cue ball that he can't get through to it. And I don't know about you, maybe play a. Could have had the option of playing the slow plant, the yellow just above the cue ball.
I think he's looking at. I'm not actually sure.
I think he's playing the plant, the shot I called, yeah.
He is. Got it. That's pretty good. He'll be very happy with that.
Yes, did well, and
Obviously now just needs to get that cue ball somewhere in this bottom left corner. Give himself a choice of those yellows.
yeah, the yellow that's in a direct line, the racking. If he can get straight on that, or slight angle, it definitely goes to the bottom right.
This is the key shot then. He can land nicely on one of these three yellows that will give him the opportunity to stay on the next one.
Yeah.
Then you would think that's pretty much this frame done.
All about the position here. How's your luck?
Needs a
Oh,
that's pretty good.
yeah, and I think if he can pop this through with some check side, play this in the bottom right, come through that little gap between the red and the yellow, and be on the others in the same pocket.
Yep, just got to be careful not to let the cue ball slide off that cushion, and if he hit that red full ball, he'd be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
Got past it.
played it. How is angle here?
Again, it's not great. He's gone a little too far for one and not quite far enough for the other.
I think the right hand side of the two of that, possibly dead straight on it. For Gav here, yeah, I think he's going to play the left hand side one and just off the cushion kill the white.
I've played that beautifully.
He wiped its feet on the way in, but
It's a great shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's just got to bring the white back a few inches after putting this in the right middle.
Gav is on the hill, 6-4 up against Mark Farnsworth.
Yep, lovely finish there for the Gav.
And neither of these players has put a foot wrong since the second frame of the match, with possibly the exception of the odd break here or there.
I mean, it has been pretty much a dish fest.
6-all Liam Dunster, Craig Marsh. You just knew it was going to go that way, didn't you?
Yeah, I think you just see it coming.
They are going to have to prize these tournaments out of Liam Dunster's cold, dead hands, I think. He just does not let up.
He doesn't know how to.
Gareth Hibbert, Christian Phillips. Gareth on the hill, but Christian right in behind him. Unlike Liam Power versus Clint Jansen, Clint is running away with that one, and it's a very tall order for Liam. Such a talented young man is Liam Power, but Clint Jansen just seems to have too much for him on this occasion.
Just received a wee message from one of the pros, Mark McAllister. All I can say in reply is, no, I don't, Mark. So, Gav to break, and he'll certainly be hoping for a ball here. Because the way he's playing, if it goes dry, then you'd fancy Gav to possibly do it. But he does get that yellow in the middle.
Yep, he's extended the match by at least another shot from his perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can he extend it by at least another frame? Reds are okay, but not great. The yellow, he can't go yellow.
No, absolutely not.
Got the yellow being a bit of a blocker down towards the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
That's causing a problem. He's got some work to negotiate here, but ultimately every red has a pocket.
Yep.
And this is the sort of finish that Mark Farnsworth excels at. These tricky finishes where there's not lots and lots of work to do. He doesn't have to be running into balls, but he does have to have that cue ball on a string.
Yeah. Doesn't want to be straight.
That's perfect.
Yeah, he's got that angle. I think what he can possibly do here is if he plays this into the bottom left, tops the white through, he could possibly just land on that middle yellow of the three on the
Yep.
left hand side.
Exactly.
And then he's absolutely plumb for there. No, just dropping it in. This is a key shot for the finish, I think.
I believe I just heard in
Marshy.
the background a marshy. Yes. Sounded like the martial roar, didn't it? So perhaps Liam Dunster's incredible run of getting to every final this season has come to an end. Oh, Mark. Oh, that's going to hang.
Awesome.
It's absolutely in the heart of the pocket. This is skill shot territory all day long. But there's other yellows around as well to potentially
Oh, of course, yeah.
play it that way too.
Yeah, just looking at the scores and confirmation there, Craig Marsh has won 7-6 against Liam Dunster.
That will be sweet revenge, I suspect, after last night's final.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely delighted to get the win, but I think Craig would have preferred the win last night.
Oh, without any shadow of a doubt. But
because of what he's done in the game, I think any victory against Liam's must feel pretty sweet.
yeah, absolutely. Gavin Robinson has the chance to join Craig Marsh in the quarterfinals.
I think Craig's only in the last 16 now. Him and Dunster was the last 32.
Oh, that worked. There was a thin snick back. He was trying to open everything up. He hasn't quite managed it. He's straight enough. He's looking now at playing this yellow up to the top right.
Either stun across or screw back off the bottom cushion.
I'm just wondering if he's looking at almost dropping it and leaving himself plumb on that skill shot, because that red is so far in the pocket, but he does need to clear it because of the yellow on the left-hand side. Going to play the double.
Play the double and then land on the to the bottom right.
Yep. Got the double, and he's landed plumb.
Absolutely plumb. This is a chance he would have been hoping for.
Yep. Just one slightly slack shot from Mark Farnsworth. Just stretching a little bit. Didn't take absolute care. I think it might cost him. It certainly should do now.
This through to the right middle. Slide past the red.
Yep, just don't catch the red.
Nice.
Oh.
You can see the sheer relief in Gav's face there, but he's absolutely perfect.
You could see the tension in Mark's as well.
Off of the cheeks there.
Oh, he certainly did. More than that, I would have said.
Yeah.
But Gav pinched the pocket to avoid the red, and it worked out well in the end. And he wins this match by 7 frames to 4. The rocket through to the quarterfinals.
Yep. And for me, deservedly so. He was
He's been excellent. Been
Yep.
absolutely superb.
I mean, Mark barely did. I think that was probably the only that shot where the red, sat in the pocket was the only relatively bad one you could see for Mark in the whole match.
Yeah, I think early doors, both of them played a couple of
Yeah,
fairly loose shots, but they certainly came back into it.
oh, definitely.
We had a string of 9 dishes in a row.
And
Sorry, 8 dishes in a row.
That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. But ultimately, Gav Robinson who made it through. Thank you for your time and your effort, Kit Kat. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Dan. It's pleasure as always, mate.
For now, we will hand over to the studio. Gav Robinson will be having a word any minute now with Stevie Walker.
Welcome back, guys. I'm delighted to be joined by the victor, the new king in the North East, Gav Robinson. Well played, mate.
Yeah, I missed that chance to go 2-0 and I was 3-1 down before I blinked and managed to get my break going. I think I dished every one from then, so I was happy with how I played. I mean, I got a couple of nudges, but there was a couple of finishes what weren't over the pocket, so you're always going to have to dance a little bit. That last ball, I had to pinch that. Oh, I had to pinch that. I thought it was going to come back out.
We spoke. You've not been putting in exactly loads of time. There's loads of other things that go on in life. That's the way it goes. But you've actually been quite good this weekend. We've spoke about it a few times, and you played really well there. I know there's a couple of wee moments here and there that you can maybe brush up on, but it's no bad for somebody that's not been putting in the time.
No, I've literally played twice in the last month. I've come here this weekend, and I'm sick of telling myself that I'm not practicing, so I can't do any damage. But the amount of practice I've put in over the years, you've got to store the practice, haven't you? And believe in, if you're not storing the practice, what you've put in, you can't always be like on it for every event. So sometimes you've got to just obviously, I put a lot of time in with Mark over the years, and I think sometimes I don't realise that you've still put the hours in. So it's sort of a mindset thing. Well, I keep hitting the white like that and the break like that. Obviously, just taking your chances, isn't it? I think I missed one chance in that match, to be fair. So
I think throughout the years there'll probably be plenty of tournaments that you've came to where you've been absolutely hammering it, putting hours in, and you've maybe lost first round heading up the road. It happens sometimes when you're putting the hours in, it doesn't go for you, and sometimes when you've got a fresh edge, you come in here having a free hit, and all of a sudden you play a bit more free.
Yeah, I just decided this weekend I'm just going to enjoy myself, obviously it's just a game of pool, isn't it? And I think you can tell by the way I'm playing there, I'm win, lose or draw this weekend, I'm going to chuck my arm at everything, and hopefully they find the back of the pocket,
Well, that's the trick, Gav. You're into the next round, mate. One step closer, possibly, to an Open here at the IPA UK Open. Next up, though, we've got Cian Monaghan and Craig Marsh, another cracker. So, guys, please stay tuned, because that's coming up in a few moments.
John McAllister, originally from Coventry but living in Stockton-on-Tees.
My name's Billy Snarden and I'm from Fishcross in Scotland.
Liam Power from Manchester.
Daniel Wiley and I'm from Dumfries in Bonnie, Scotland.
My name's Nick Powell and I live in Winsford, Cheshire.
I'm Ryan Hopkinson and I'm from Sheffield.
Liam Irving and I'm from a little pit village in Southend.
Dave Sanderson from York.
Probably say my pattern play. Pattern play is probably my best area.
I'd like to say my mentality now. I think I've been working on that quite a lot. Yeah, I think that's a big part on what I've improved recently, and I think that's a massive part going forward. I've got to keep. So, yeah, I'd say that's right.
Strongest area, I'd probably say the break. To be fair, done a lot of work on that recently, and it is a big part of the game anyway.
I would say potting probably. Come from a snooker background, so potting should be easy.
When I was younger, I used to like Matt Williams and John Higgins, just because the way they played, basically. John was so solid, and Matt just made it look so effortless as well, and being a left-hander helps as well.
Stevie Walker. Colin Montgomery. I used to love watching them playing golf, and I've always supported them.
As a kid, Duncan Ferguson, because he was the one shining light in a very, very poor Everton team.
Ronnie O'Sullivan. So I think to be at that level for that long, battling them kind of demons is phenomenal.
People leaving their chalk on the table when I'm snooker as well and pool, it drives me crazy.
People leaving the chalk on the table. Dry breaks.
Slow play.
Slow play, just abolish it, ban it, fine it.
Mentality as well. Yeah, it's one of them. I think this is a big part of the game now, and I think going forward, you know, in the pro ranks, I've got to make sure that's again, it's a trait that I've got to maintain going forward, as well as obviously potting, good white ball, things like that. But I think if I keep my head, I've got good passion for the game. I want to win, so yeah, that's where I think I can do well.
Weakness. Sometimes I can lose my head a little bit, get a bit frustrated if I play a bad shot or two, so it's definitely something I've worked on, yeah.
I'm not the best cueist. Years and years ago as a kid I played snooker, so I had a good background, but I'm not the best cueist, but on a 7-foot table I can get by.
Potting balls.
Probably tactical. You know, if you come up against an average player, I can probably hold my own, but once you come up against the top players, they've probably got the upper hand on me when it comes to tactical.
Corey Rees, I'd say. He always comes up in chats to you, yeah, Corey Rees. Oh, there's quite a few, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say maybe Dan Davey, Craig Marsh, people like that.
Me? I'd probably say Matt Boyle. You know, Mark always you know, spoke, acknowledged, but yeah, even when playing matches as well, you know, great guy.
Probably Mark Boyle. He does so much for everybody, and he's always, whether he wins or loses, he's always got a kind word to say, and he'll take time to talk to people. So yeah, I would go with Mr. Magic.
Gaz Hibbert is great value, has time for everyone, so I'd go with Gaz.
I think this one's easy. I say Mark Boyle. I really like Mark Boyle. I've had some good conversations with him when I was an amateur last year, and he had some good words for us, so it meant a lot to me, that, and obviously what he does with the Lola stuff as well. I just think he's just a credit to the tour, isn't he? And his personality is amazing. So yeah, someone I look up to a lot.
I like Sheppy. I think Sheppy's good. Pretty stand-up guy. Like, yeah, he's been pretty good to me. So yeah, I'll go with Sheppy.
Afternoon, guys. The talker is in town. Craig Marsh, Cian Monaghan. Looking forward to this one. Why is the chat functioning in a totally different language, man? Who done that? What is going on, man? Anyway, back to it. Gavin Robinson coming through against one of the best to lift a cue, Mark Farnsworth. Mark, obviously a bit disappointed, and that can happen. I know Gav had a couple of wee bit of run of the ball, let's call it that. That does happen. But he still had to take those chances, he still had to get them. And he's done that, he's got himself over the line. Placing the quarterfinals. Marcy has just beaten Liam Dunster. Can he keep going here? Big match last night where he lost in the final. And now, can he go one better this time round? In good form, the match against Liam moments ago was on the outer tables. The standard was absolutely incredible. The 1-0 Craig Marsh. Spoke to Cian not long before the match. He's feeling in good spirits, good form. Can he go a step further? We shall see. Craig Marsh, frame number 2. Race to 7, guys.
Please, Jake Newleft and Gav Robertson. Jake Newleft, Gav Robertson, table 2, please.
What an opportunity to go 2-0 up here. Took a cracking finish to take Liam Dunster out in the last match. Went to a decider. What can he do here? That red closest to the yellow is awkward, but it's not going to be after this, but he needs to control it. Needs to control it in such a way that he gives himself a shot here. I think he's done that. Now it's just a case of getting on the 8 ball. Just about perfect. Marshy's in the zone. He was in the zone yesterday. It's just a tough task against Liam Dunster. Craig Marsh is 2-0 in front here against Cian Monaghan. See all the scores on our screen right now. Couple of tight affairs out there. Couple just getting started. Pete Fisher on another fantastic run. Not the worst break in the world. Just wondering if that red, I think it's maybe touching the yellow. That might go in off the other yellow close to the middle. I'm not sure. From that angle, it doesn't look possible at all. So, yeah, there is work to be done here. Right, okay. Still that work to be done. Yeah, if he could get to the top cushion, that would be okay here. Doesn't look easy to get there. That's the problem for me. Oh, Cian. That is not what the doctor ordered. He's given Marshy a chance to step back. The audio keeps cutting out. I have to apologise then, guys. I have got the sound in my ear and it actually sounds okay here, so if you can confirm that for us, that would be great. Marshy really in the zone. Really in the zone here. His match against Liam, as I just mentioned, was outstanding. Standard was incredible. 7-6 win. A lot of breaking dishes. Liam's break wasn't really great, but everything was okay.
Yep.
And Dan Fairway back in the box. It's like he just doesn't want to leave.
Yes, I don't want to.
Now, what is Craig thinking here? 2-1 on the black, or is he going to try and muster something now? Because the yellow looks straightforward. Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, Skilly it is.
That red looks deep enough in the pocket.
Yeah.
That it's fairly straightforward. It's actually, I think the red being slightly to one side is almost quite helpful as well. You can almost afford to miss the Skilly slightly on the left here.
That's true.
So it just widens the possibility for getting this.
Oh, he's went too far left.
Yeah, you can't miss it by that much. It's helpful when the ball's not absolutely in the heart of the pocket like that, because you've got a little bit of margin for error, but...
Yeah, not that much. And I think he's maybe played it too hard as well. You just need to run that in, but Craig knows fine well. Keane will be loving the fact that he's getting back to the table, because he really shouldn't be. Spoke to Keane not so long ago, guys, just before this game, maybe half an hour before it, while he was waiting on the winner, and he mentioned to me he wasn't feeling too good and he was going to pull out this morning because of it, and then he came down and played the best he's played all weekend.
Isn't that always the way?
Incredible, absolutely incredible. But he's got his work cut out here, because Marshy's been outstanding over the course of the full weekend, and he will take a little bit of stopping.
This is the last of the last 16 matches to get started. It's the Craig and Liam Dunster having to catch up. We have quarter-finalists in place. Jake Newlove and Gav Robinson, that's underway, table 2. Clint Jansen is waiting for the winner of Dave Adnall and Scott Gillespie. You can see there Dave Adnall trailing that one by 4 frames to 2. Gareth Hibbert, he's safely through. He is waiting for the winner of this current game we're watching. Right at the bottom of the draw, Pete Fisher is through to the quarter-final with a 7-4 win over Luke Sanges. He will play the winner of Anthony Monarch and Josh Thomond. See there, table 13. 6-all deciding frame.
Absolutely crunched them. But
oh, yuck.
Wow. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. A little eye came to the commentary box door there, and it's Pete.
Fish cakes in the quarters for the second open running. Get back, Shadrach.
Pete Fisher, everyone. Absolutely first class. Yeah, but Pete had a phenomenal year last year, and then for a few different reasons, he didn't take up the pro card. He's going to be dragged into the pro ranks next year. There's no two ways about it.
Absolutely. Ooh, Craig Marsh, has he left a look at the yellow? Because that is what both of these players want.
Yeah, has he overplayed it just slightly?
I don't know. Yeah, he has. Ian's looking at it.
And he's played it well.
See there, he's looking at his problem straight away. Looking at yellow off the cushion, off the red. That red's quite close to the cushion. I don't know.
Yeah, that looks
very difficult to me.
That's one of them. I think you've got to such a tight percentage.
Yeah, it's how close the red is to the cushion and how far away it is from the pocket. It's got to be spot on. It's not like a big pocket territory. That is. There is no room for error with that shot. But I'm not 100% sure what he's played on here. Doesn't actually seem to be on very much at all.
I'm wondering if he was going up for the double and he's just not managed to get up high enough. Because he's now in all kinds of trouble.
Does the plant go? Does that second yellow get past the red? Is he looking at the treble here off the red? That's quite a big pocket.
This'll be some shot. No, just a double, and he's played it well. Very well indeed. And he's still kind of in between, but I don't blame him for looking at the yellow at the bottom here, because I think if he can just kill the cue ball here with a little trace aside, should be just about perfect. Yeah, he changed his mind on the side there, and I think that was the right idea, because he was going to play a little bit of running side. Could have lost the cue ball that way. But he might have had the yellow to the bottom, Dan. I think it does pass the red now, the lowest one. But, yeah, that's... See how tight it is there.
Yeah, that is tight. I like the way he played it. Again, he is just in between the two shots here. Running away from whichever angle he wants. So this is not an absolutely straightforward yellow. He also needs to avoid that red.
I wonder if he can just screw onto it nice and easy. Oh, he's tried so much to do that and forgot to pot the ball.
Yeah, I am. It looked difficult, that. I thought there was quite a big gap round the back of the reds. But it's so easy to sit here and say that when you're right behind the shot. But they've missed it by a long way.
The thing I was looking at is the black goes to the left middle. So I'm thinking if you just drop it in, even if you're on the bottom cushion, you've got a shot. But it's quite deceiving in here as well. So he's probably thinking it's a gimme to just drop it onto that. But then if it was, you wouldn't be so concerned with the cannon, because if it was a dead set, then you just pot the ball. In trouble now. Doesn't want to let Marshy.
Just trying to land on the back of this, I think. Pace looks good. How's the line? Decent, but he's not going to be in any better situation when he comes back to the table, is he? I think Marshy will just... I mean, he could get him in an awful snooker here by getting him in behind the two reds up to the top right corner. I can understand why he wants to take this one off the cushion.
Yeah, keeping it simple, just getting the awkward ball into play.
Yeah, and also, actually, where he's left him here, he hasn't left a one cushion, so it's a two cushion escape. Load up with side, slide past.
He's in the zone, Marshy. As I say, I watched a lot of his match there with Liam Dunster, and it's obviously the run he had yesterday all the way through to the final, the amount of frames that he played. I'd be surprised if he wasn't cueing well, but it's like he's got a second wind this morning. He felt flat last night. He didn't feel like he gave his all. He was just kind of pushing the boat out last night in the final, but definitely looks like a man possessed this morning, I have to say. Or this afternoon now.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend for him so far. And just seems to keep getting better. Looks like he's well in control of this one.
Yeah, he's going to take a bit of stopping. I think if Marshy can break good, that's going to be the case. He's going to be the man to beat here from the form he showed over the weekend so far. But looking at the players that are still in the draw, it is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, it's a real pro-heavy last 16 list. There was only 2 amateurs made it through to the last 16. One of them, Pete Fisher, has made it through to the quarterfinals, and he will face the other one if Josh Tomond can beat Anthony Monarch. Yeah, perhaps it hasn't been necessarily a weekend of upsets, has it? It's been a weekend that's gone with the form book.
Definitely. Even last night when we were looking at the amateur, the elite ladies, the amateur ladies, the pro, when you were looking at the quarterfinals and last 16s, and certain, it was a lot of the names that if you could place them in there, they would be there, kind of thing. And it was a lot of the strong ones that were coming through. So there wasn't many upsets, many runs, many underdog stories, which I kind of love. But there could be one here if one of the amateurs come through and take it. Josh Thomond will never accept being called an underdog, because he's one of the guys when he came into the World Championship said, listen, pool's easy. I'm a great snooker player, and if I can't go and just beat anybody playing pool, then there's something wrong. And obviously he's found out the hard way that it's not as simple as that, but he's still batting away.
He has got a lot of self-belief, but I can reveal that he is not still batting away.
Well, there you go.
I did notice when this screen came up, that match was no longer there, and that is because Anthony Monarch has beaten Josh Thomond in a final frame decider. So Anthony Monarch will take on Pete Fisher. We have 6 of our 8 quarter-finalists. We are still waiting on David Adnall or Scott Gillespie. That's a marathon, actually. Hour and a half for 8 frames. That must be a real tight tactical match. And, of course, Craig Marsh or Cian Monaghan. Looks like the Welshman at the moment, but there's plenty of time for Cian to get back into the game.
I would have been surprised if he didn't get a ball there, because he absolutely hammered them.
It looked, at first, didn't it? At first viewing, you thought, oh, this is dry, and it's not really particularly fair on him. But one of those last reds rolling. Not going to hang about, and that's a lovely opening shot.
Yeah, I was surprised he did that, because I felt it was a straight plant. So I thought, right, just pop the plant in and then you're away. But he's played the pot kick beautiful. Yeah, you've got to get these no matter what.
Oh no. Is he on anything? Still on the one to the bottom right? Yes, he is. Okay.
Having to dig a little bit.
But that was very nearly an absolute disaster. Now, he had a whole table to land in, really. Now he's quite straight on this.
Yeah, he's
red.
Gonna have a little bit of work to do to get on that red at the left-hand side. He can pinch the bag right now. I think I'm edging towards. Drop this in, push forward, and then run off the right-hand cushion and try and get back across.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he can pinch the bag enough to do anything else. Trying.
Okay. Taking his medicine. He's going to have to come past the yellow with the red, I think, in the opposite side. Unless he can hold Dan, but it looks really tight. Maybe just flick the yellow here.
That's tried to come back across. Has he gone far enough?
Yeah, he's not played it hard enough.
I mean, he's got a shot. But that's about it. Very tough.
Yeah, it's very thin. The cue ball's going to be travelling. Needs to get it.
Oh, nailed it. Lovely shot. How's the cue ball?
Yeah, you take it.
Yep. It's not the most straightforward of 8 balls, but it's one that you'd back him to get 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Has he fluked it?
That's
Has he fluked it?
That's getting in.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Wow.
Credit to Craig. He hasn't really showed any emotion there. It's the first place I looked when I saw that black heading towards the pocket. And Craig just sat there sort of, robotic, like, almost Dunster-like. Just, yep, fine. It happens. Move on. I will say that was a very scrappy visit from Cian Monaghan.
Yeah, he was never really... And the thing is, that his first shot was lovely. Then all the balls are there. And he just never really... He's just between things, isn't he? He's just landing just slightly off angle where he would prefer to be.
For me, he played that frame very quickly. And perhaps it's what you were saying. He wasn't feeling his best this morning. Sort of perhaps not in a rush to get out of here, but doesn't necessarily want to spend too much time at the table if he's not feeling great. Because I commented, we commentated on him on Friday. He looked really great and he was showing a maturity that he hadn't necessarily shown before. Using his extension, absolutely make sure of the route a couple of times. And I just feel like today, and it probably is due to how he's feeling in himself, feels like a little bit of a regression back to the slightly slacker Cian.
Yeah.
interesting break, and probably not one that Marshy is too bothered about going dry on. Yes, Kean's got a yellow to go at, but didn't want them. That yellow over on the right-hand cushion is so dead. It's unreal.
He's played that clever just into the knuckle.
Yeah, he's going to find himself right on the back of it this time. Yeah, we've seen a few of these frames this weekend. This is one of those where you've got to stop your opponent getting that one colour set.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that red's in there, Marshy won't mind having the yellows. But he's just kept it simple. Both sets of balls not great now.
No, I think you'd still favour the reds though, because yes, that red is awkward, but that yellow is so much worse. It's the worst ball on the table by a mile.
Yeah, I'm not convinced the red next to that yellow goes anywhere either, though. So I know there's two reds next to it that you could open up. Lovely shot, Craig Marsh.
That is a beauty. Now the reds are wide open. And you're right about that red. I'm not sure it'll go in the middle, but once you've cleared the other two, it's not a difficult double.
Oh, but a banter with the boys.
Good to see. It's that kind of game. There should be a bit more of that. Marshy going to take the bait hit. There is a long red available. It's a difficult shot. I think it's not.
Good ball. Now, massive chance for Keane to really take control. And as we look at it, Dan, there's only one awkward red now.
I mean, he absolutely has to take this chance, because once he opens up this red, there's almost no pressure on it because of how bad the yellows are. What's he? Ooh.
Yeah, he's fortunate there.
He is fortunate there. That was a slightly odd way to play that for me. I just thought there were better options to guarantee. Came out nicely, but it has come out nicely, so who am I to criticise?
Yeah, the reds are perfect now. This has to mind his work a wee bit, because in previous frames when he's been at the table and on finishes, he has run a little bit out. Not landing exactly where he would like to and having to force the issue ever so slightly, which led to a fluke in the last frame. So, just needs to zone in a little bit more, make sure of it. Play the percentages. But I would be very surprised if that continues, because he has been playing well. This is better. Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, we'd like to be nice and straight here. Even slightly just off. That's perfect. Even though they're all there, you noticed in the first couple of frames where he was tiny wee bit out. And this, so far, after the bit of a strange way to play the opening shot, which landed perfect. So again, I agree with Dan. It's hard to criticise because it came out so good, but this has been position perfect so far. A1. That's more like it, Cian Monaghan. And this match is all square. Definitely more like it, Dan.
Yeah, I think Cian needs to... I think in the last couple of frames, Cian has perhaps had just a little bit of the rub of the green. And he's taken full advantage of it, and that's what you want to see. That kind of ebb and flow of the match is going to happen, and when the things are running your way, that's when you need to strike. I think for Craig, he needs to sort of... I just wonder about his stamina. It's been a very, very long weekend for Craig. And for me, that the shot where he went in off there, it was an attempted safety, but it just looked a little bit tired, the way he played that. So I think between the two of them, I think Cian will be much the happier to be at 3-3.
Yeah, obviously the last frame, a massive fluke. He's just ran out of position a wee bit here and there. Shot clock. There's loads of things that obviously lead to that, but that was position perfect. A1 the whole way through, and I expect him to get it. I expect, listen, Cian's far too good. I expect him to get these finishes, of course I do, but sometimes there's a wee mistake. Let's see if he can cream another one. As I say, I spoke to him earlier, and he said he's not been feeling too good.
No. Oh, no.
That's unfortunate. And he caught them good.
He
did. Caught them good.
You have to put it down as a mistake straight enough. It was a nice break. They've split wide open.
That's the one thing that'll annoy Cian the most, though, is the fact he screwed straight in off. Spoke to him in Coventry, and I actually asked him a question if he had worked on a new break, and because it looked like he was winding up, but then he was playing it nice and easy, but his break was fantastic. And he said to me, "Do you know what, Steve?" He went, it's not like that at all. He went, "It's as if I'm pulling out it when I'm about to hit it." He went, "When I'm trying to hit it hard." But his break was unbelievable, and we spoke about it earlier this morning. He was saying, "Maybe we were speaking about that," and he's like, "But I seem to be timing it a bit better this weekend," and so that's going to disappoint him definitely. But all is not lost. So a bit of work for Marshy to be done here.
Yeah, this is the key shot, I think. I don't know if he's just got the angle just to be able to run just into the red. Leave himself those two yellows neck. No. The cube was probably come a fraction further than like there, but I think he can pull this straight back. Probably just playing this into the left-hand side of the pocket slightly. But no, he didn't feel he could.
Yeah, I think it's the way the pattern is anyway. I think he's okay. So that yellow at the bottom is going to be perfect to get on the 8-ball. So that'll be sore from Cian. He just gathered a wee bit of momentum there. Just needs to dust himself off and get ready to go again.
Yeah, Craig's just got to be a little bit careful here about the angle he leaves. It's too easy to leave yourself too straight on it. Pretty good.
Yeah, I think he was always going to try and leave the cue ball just south of where that yellow was.
Bit of running side and off the two cushions here. Spot on. Good response this from Craig. That's really the first chance he's had to go at anything since the flip black a couple of frames ago.
Yeah, good finish. Cian, he did catch the break well. That's the disappointing thing, and that's exactly what he'll be thinking. Caught him good, just had to keep it away from that corner pocket. That's going to be Marshy to break next. Cian will be hoping for something similar to go his way. Big thanks to all of our sponsors over the course of the entire season. Really are the best in the business at everything they do. So massive thanks.
Yep, the conditions and equipment and clothing they provide are second to none. My humble opinion, at least. Craig Marsh. waiting for his opportunity. Now that is how you hit a break. The cue ball came straight back down the table, followed the cue through in a perfectly straight line. How good a chance has it actually left, though?
He's going to start with a plant.
Yep.
Yellow onto red.
Just really that red on the balk line over towards the left-hand side then. That is his problem. It's not the sort of shot you want to land thin on, is it? You kind of want to get into the yellows there. Bump them out of the way.
As you say, mate, that red at the top left, that's not ideal.
No, that's leaving yourself hampered there is disastrous, really. Got a bit of angle to get out, so it's not too bad, and he can get to the bottom of the cue ball. He's tried it now.
Well, this is a shot. Top cushion into the side. He's
just, I think, just enough. I think it's a great shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting him to play that and try and just drop in on it. That is a fantastic effort. Oh,
she surprised at the pace he played it. I know he was trying to get sort of twice across for the other red, but you see how much he's missed it by, because he's actually caught the far jaw with the cue ball. He's caught it far too thick.
The thing is, Keane would have probably been okay if he potted it and landed there.
Yep.
He'd have been bridging, he'd been long, he'd have been flirting with an off. But is there a place on the left-hand side that Keane can maybe get a snooker here?
I think he's kind of got to try. I just don't see any other real option for him. He could perhaps flick off the yellow he's nearest to and try and get, sort of get that yellow on the left-hand side in between the cue ball and the red, and then he's not going to leave very much.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. Get over to the left-hand side from where he is. Be the option.
It's a reasonably big area you've got to land in with that shot. You'd expect him to get the cue ball there, but he's thinking more aggressive than we are.
That's a lovely cut.
It is, but there's problems to solve. I mean, he's probably got an angle now to perhaps promote the yellow on the left-hand side cushion. Is he thinking skill shot? For those two yellows up the top? The right-hand one, if you get right behind it, is not an overly difficult skilly.
Good shot.
Now you're going to go into them now. That's worked out quite nicely.
Yeah, I think if he hits the one closest to the left cushion, he's going to give himself a great chance here.
Yep. Could try and screw into it as well and just pot the red.
This is a shot. If he can just catch this half ball and double the yellow out at the same time. Make sure of the pot though. Brilliant. This has been brave. This has been absolutely fantastic. Can he get them over the line?
Yeah, this will go down as a very good finish. But this shot isn't easy. The cue ball's going the wrong way. Probably play this with a bit of left-hand side to come off two cushions and back round. But it's a little bit of a blind pocket, this, as well.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lovely control. Didn't force it, just nice and easy. Half ball in the red. And the cue ball is in absolute premium position.
He just looks to have found his mojo again a little bit.
I just think that the last, obviously, went in off. Take that away. The last finish he took was position perfect. And I expect Keane to get that finish 100 out of 100, but it was the positions that he was landing and was spot on, and that finish there was world class.
Yep.
Absolutely world class. Gav Robinson, absolutely flying.
He is. So I've just noticed table 3. So we have our ladies open final set nearer area coming up just short against Shona Lucas. So it will be Shona Lucas against Amy Beecham for the UK Ladies Open title. Dave Admiral and Scott Gillespie, that is an absolute marathon. 5-4 coming up on 2 hours. That's one of the slowest games I think I've ever seen. There must be some serious tactical play going on in that match.
Yeah, there's obviously maybe been a lack of big opportunities because those two can dish with the very best.
Absolutely, yeah. Two of the more attacking players, actually, today. Ian's last break in off.
Oh, that yellow was going in.
It's dry.
That yellow was going in the middle and the other one took it away there.
And he's caught them so sweet again. What an opportunity, Craig Marsh.
Cut back on the yellow. Into the middle, open these two up. Oh, I thought he was going to open those two up.
He wanted to, that's for sure. That could not have gone much worse.
Wow. I didn't think he could miss them, and I'm assuming Craig didn't think he could miss them either because there was no way he was playing that.
What's his option now? Because, I mean,
if it's a total, he can maybe drop in behind those yellows.
Yeah. If it's not, could he sort of swerve it and play the 3-ball plant? Kind of there. Was that total called, I think I heard from our referee, Ben Taylor-Fuente?
Yeah, I think it is.
Just looking at Dolly in.
Oh, he's gone for it.
Behind, I thought. I'm sort of amazed at that shot.
He's actually came out very good indeed. And I'm not sure Keane's got a pot unless the one furthest left goes through the gap of the yellows into the bottom left corner.
Yeah, I mean, if it does, then he's definitely taking that on. If not, what is there available to him? He's taken his extension already, so that tells me he's got some thinking to do. Is it worth trying to double the red on the bottom cushion, back double it, maybe get the pocket up top?
This is tight. Big shot, Keane. Lovely. Absolutely lovely, Keane.
I did not think that was on.
It was the only shot I seen, but again, I wasn't 100% convinced it went.
No, it was. This camera angle's been really deceptive this this weekend, hasn't it?
So the one red at the top, closest to the yellow, slightly awkward. But you'd be quite comfortable anywhere on the right-hand side if you can play it across, especially if you can play the plant. But obviously that leaves the red on the left-hand side as well. Not bad. he's taking these. Absolutely brilliant. Hold up, hold up.
Now this is perfect.
Listen, I'm absolutely blown away.
Yep.
He has really stepped up to the plate. And the first finish that I mentioned, that was A1 position perfect. The next one was world class. This one, I mean, I don't even know how to describe it. It is absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational.
It's almost like there was a couple of shots earlier where he just didn't look like he was feeling it. He just didn't look necessarily in the groove. It looked like he was rushing a little bit. And it's almost like he just took himself to one side, had a word with himself, and he's come back a different player. He looks fantastic out there at the moment.
I think with Keane, we all know he's a quick player. Keane's one of the in the groove guys. When he's in full flow, he's one of the best on the planet to watch. He's exciting. He's a good character. There's a lot of stuff you can say that's just complimentary towards him. But I just wondered at the start of the match there if he was playing too quick, and that sounds mad for Keane because he is a quick player, but just maybe rushing a couple of things, overthinking whilst being in a hurry. And I don't know. I'm not even. It's not a slight on how good a player he is, but this is Keane. This is the Keane we all love to see. And the last three finishes, I like the first one, even though everybody will say, well, they were all absolutely perfect. There was no work to do. It's the position of the cue ball. The position of the cue ball was absolutely A1 every time. Not slightly left, not slightly right. Didn't have to go on and off cushions. It was just absolutely sublime. And even though the last two were absolute world class, first one's still my favourite.
Yeah.
Another cruncher, but this is dry.
It's...
Oh, no. Last red moving.
Not quite.
How often does that happen? Actually happened yesterday. I've called it dry, looked away, and then I heard something falling, and I'm counting every ball on the table. Yeah, just about.
Does seem like the fluke massively changed this game. And we're talking about how good Keane's been, and there's no doubt about that. But it's almost like he's had that bit of run, and it's sort of spurred him on. Because it was that really was the moment where he started playing.
That was that finish. Obviously, I expected him to pot the black clean.
Yeah.
And he's took that finish, though, he kind of run out of position almost every single shot. And that's probably the reason why I've spoke about the other one where he was so perfect. Because to go from one extreme to the next, it's not easy. Not easy when you're kind of running the cue ball out of position. You're maybe just getting a feel of the table. But I just think he's clicked into gear in real good fashion here.
Although, he has missed that red down the rail. That wasn't easy either, but you expect him to make... I thought he did quite well, to be fair. I'm surprised he didn't drop, if I'm honest. Didn't look like he'd sort of smashed it into the cushion in it. I think Craig was so worried there about catching that yellow too thick, because it would have knocked the black in. As soon as I saw him get down on that, I was worried about him just knocking the 8 ball in early. I think that's why he's missed the pot, but left another great chance for Keane.
Yeah, what an opportunity this is. Perfect start. Now, it's only the 8 ball that's awkward for me here. It does go in the top and the bottom, but he would absolutely love to have it hanging over the middle, but the way he's taking the last few, I've got a feeling he'll just take the ones at the top away and then just drop the red in and take the black in the top. Oh, he's overcooked that. He's just got it thin. Shot he's played. Trying to be a little bit cute. Just wonder if he could have took the lowest red into the top left. But then again, he might only have 3/4 of a bag, something along those lines. But he's going to have to play it now.
Screwed it past the yellow. What a shot that is.
Absolute,
what a shot that is.
Absolute phenomenal.
Now, The angle he's just lined up there,
Yeah.
I think he's thinking skilly on the 8 ball, you know.
He is. He's looking at the 2 and 1 here.
It is the easier shot. It's easier than trying to land on that black. The black is, you know, difficult to either corner pocket. If you get the angle right, then great. Why not? And if you get it wrong, you can probably still get yourself on the black.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you pot the ball.
Oh, this is spot on for me. But it does make that red slightly more difficult because you know this shot is win or lose the frame.
Might just run off the cushion and flick the yellow away. Ah, brilliant. Ian Monaghan, take a bow, son. That is, I mean, 3 unbelievable finishes in a row. And as I say, number 4 is my favourite. But the 3 finishes he's just taken there with all the work that's had to be done. Take a bow, young man. You're giving the viewers an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, it's been a show from Cian Monaghan these last 3 or 4 frames. And now he is in the box seat to make it through to the quarterfinals. The rest of the quarterfinal lineup, well, I was going to say is ready to go, but of course it isn't, because David Adler and Scott Gillespie have been playing for over 2 hours, and there is still 1 or 2 frames left to finish. Ian Monaghan here looking to finish the job at the first opportunity. The break's good. He's made a ball. The split is not bad either. Not bad either.
Yeah, this is all he was hoping for when he was going to break. Line them up, catch them good, and give yourself an opportunity, and he's done that.
The reds are 100% the nicer colour set until take into account where the 8 ball is. And I think that's going to force him into going yellow.
Yeah, the yellows aren't bad, to be fair.
No, they're not. Not at all. Going reds.
Yeah, red ball's in play.
So what's his plan with that 8 ball then?
He's still not sure, but I prefer this.
100%, yeah. I think this is the way to go for me as well. Because the yellow that's very clearly making things awkward for the 8 ball is a lovely last ball.
100%. Yeah, and I think that's going to be Keane's plan. Try and get it last. Just needs to mind his work at the top here, but I think the big shot's going to be getting to the one at the top left. Played to do that now. I think there might be a... I don't think he can come downstairs. I don't think the angle's there. So he's going to have to be cute here.
Cut this in and run into the red, I suspect. Oh, he's probably quite glad he didn't drop, actually. Because if that had dropped, there was nothing left for Craig Marsh. He didn't get the position. It was actually 2 shots ago. He landed 2 straight on the 4th last yellow, and had to really pump it round and didn't quite get the connection he wanted. But it looked for all the world like Cian Monaghan was going to book his place in the quarter-final. We've seen so far in this match one enormous momentum shift, and it was that fluke. Now, are we seeing the momentum flip back in the other direction?
Now, the worst case scenario for Cian is he's going to get a chance to break for the match. But he'll be hoping to get an opportunity before that.
Or is he going to get one?
Oh, Marshy was worried there. He didn't think it was going to stop.
No, his body language told us, didn't it? I think he's still annoyed because I think he wanted to be on the red to the bottom right first. He wants this red now to be his last ball. It's a little bit similar to Ian's last shot in the previous match, previous frame rather. You know, do you go into it, try and drop on it? There's plenty of ways to play this.
He's got a nice angle to come past it. He's got a nice angle to drop inside it and take it to the top right. He's got a nice angle to go into it. So he's landed in a perfect position where he's got 3 options.
Just think it's about committing to one. And that is spot on. Great shot from Craig Marsh, and he's back in the match. 6-5.
And Marshy will break off in the next frame. Cian, it's only one dry break away from getting this one over the line. Just needs to be patient now. It is all on the Marshy break. Scott Gillespie 1 away. Dave Adenall going nowhere.
Still going, that match. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I'd love to. I don't know if we've got records, but I'd love to see if there's a record for longest open match. That would have to be close.
The Ladies Open final. Shona and Amy going at it. Yeah, we got to see Amy's talent at the World Championships. Here she is in the final against Shona, who's multiple titles since coming back to the IPA. So 2 of the very best in the ladies.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Amy hasn't necessarily shown us what she's capable of since returning to the IPA this season. But she is, without a doubt, one of the greatest ever, probably. She's up there with the sort of Emma Cunninghams of the game. Of course.
Yeah,
IPA world champion herself.
Yeah, when she won the world title, you're kind of expecting a little bit more. But to be fair, there is a lot of talent there. So it's not like you're going to steamroll your way through. But possibly she might have underachieved ever so slightly.
Yeah, the strength in depth in the ladies section is just...
Well, yellow balls are going to be the order of the day here for Cian. One dodgy one on the right-hand cushion, I feel. But drop the plant in. He's got a chance to go for the match here.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. The plant is not straightforward, though.
No,
you're bridging over. This is...
It definitely isn't.
And it's...
And for me, once he plays the plant, the reds are great.
Yep, exactly that. Pressure's on.
100%. But nobody said it was going to be easy.
No. Thought you were going to break into karaoke, Stevie. The plant is superb. The opportunity is there. It's more difficult than the previous one. Let's not forget he passed that up. So Cian with another chance. But the pressure ramping up every single frame.
I like it. If he can just slip past the black here, would be absolutely ideal to get one of the side balls away. That's a nice shot.
Angle here. Does he play it with a bit of running side and come down for the one lower down the table? He does. Has he hit it? not hard enough. And I think he's in a bit of trouble now. I think he's come too far that he can't play the one in the middle and then hold nicely for this one on the bottom cushion.
Yeah, but if he has given himself an angle, he could come back towards the red. I think he's okay. I think he can push forward. Just like that.
It's short pace.
Needed to be higher. But the shot now, he's going to have to play this at pace and go 2 cushions. And I think he'll be delighted if he goes anywhere past the white line as we see it on the table. So big shot, Cian Monaghan.
Nailed the pot.
Cued it like a dream.
Nailed the position. It's brilliant.
Absolutely first class.
That is a shot worthy of winning a match.
Sensational.
And this is the shot that will win the match. Cian Monaghan wins by 7 frames to 5. A superb performance from the Englishman, Craig Marsh. All the heroics in knocking Liam Dunster out weren't enough to get him through this next tie against Cian Monaghan. So it's Cian who goes through to the quarter-final, where he will face Gareth Hibbert. It doesn't get any easier. That's very much out of the frying pan and into the fire. Just to keep you updated with things going on elsewhere, Gavin Robinson is flying again. He is 1 frame away from the semi-finals. Pete Fisher and Anthony Monarch, that quarter-final is underway as well. 2-1 to Pete Fisher at the moment. Dave Adnall and Scott Gillespie are still battling it out in that 12th frame on table 19. And, of course, the winner of that one will face Clint Ianson. So the quarter-final lineup very nearly complete. But before we can get into any of that, we need to have a word with the winner of that previous match, Cian Monaghan. He will be in the studio with Stephen Walker any time now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've came from the comms box after a wee bit of a ropey start. Some of that was absolutely world class.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. I think when I miss a ball, I just beat myself up too much. Unless you're Liam Dunster, we all miss balls.
Yeah.
But when I miss one, everyone misses them, but especially on the stream, you can get a bit embarrassed. I missed a stupid black. Missed a few daft shots. I've played far better. I've frozen in front of the cameras. I don't know how I've won that. I didn't really play great, to be honest.
There was 4. Well, you say that at the start of the match. Yeah, it was a wee bit. There was 1 or 2 shots. There's a shot. Actually, my favourite finish in the match was when you had 2 shots and you played the red out. I'm watching, going, whoa! I didn't expect him to play it out like that. The way the cue ball followed the red. Few of your fans are on the stream going, what was wrong with that? They're criticising Kieran. But it was just the way you played it and it kind of followed it. Could have went wrong if it follows it and sticks to it.
I get
that finish.
I just thought because there was like 3 reds in the middle of the table, if I play that shot and I don't land on one of them, I'm guaranteed to be on one, really.
But one of the finishes beforehand, when you ended up flicking the black, you were just slightly wrong side each time. But after you've brought that red out, it was A1 position perfect. And then from there, you just kicked into gear.
The only thing I'll say, when I'm missing balls like that, it's just because I'm missing them. I feel really comfortable on the stream now. And it's took me about 2 years. I didn't feel nervous one bit, believe it or not. And even when I missed that chance, it's just a bad miss.
Yeah, of course.
Like I told you, I'm not playing at the minute, so I'm going to miss easy balls. But
well, I've mentioned that you weren't feeling well. You were going to pull out.
I was going to pull out this morning. If it weren't for my girlfriend, Grace, I wouldn't be here. I said, let's go. And obviously, I was going to give Ben the win. And she was like, no, you're just going to give it a go. And then I was 6-3 down against Ben. It's just, sometimes it's your day, innit?
Yeah,
the amount of mistakes I made there against a player of his calibre, you never get away with that. But it happens sometimes, doesn't it?
A couple of the finishes you took, you've obviously had, I don't even like using the word you've had to chase them a wee bit. You've had to play big shots. I'd rather call it a big shot than chasing the finish.
Yeah.
but you've played them, and even at the end there, when you've just ran slightly over, and then you've had to go the 2 cushions. Make sure you get back.
That's
to that
what I'm saying. I felt comfortable enough to play them shots, but in between, I did miss some sitters. I think there was a big one when he had 2 reds over the pockets. If you remember that one.
Yeah.
That was quite a big clearance, and then it just settles you down, doesn't it, when you're not finishing? But yeah,
to win that match, you've took a few monsters, mate. So
I appreciate
that
it.
Continue.
Yeah. Hopefully, keep breaking. All right.
Yeah, well, if you
I'll give up on the cup break.
I know, but we spoke about your break earlier as well. When you kind of were taking a wee bit off it, and I thought you were doing it by design in Coventry, and it was an accident. But here,
I just
you
hit him
were
like
creaming him. One dodgy one went in the top corner, but out with that, you controlled it well.
I hit him like a little girl. I can't break.
Well, mate, you're through to the next round and absolutely flying, so congratulations.
That's it. Cheers, pal.
Cian Monaghan will continue on his run here. There are still matches on the go. We will be back very soon on the main table with our next one, guys. Who that will be requires a couple of matches to finish, but just stay with us. We'll be back very soon.
Come in, Totty, please. match on the mainstream table will be in the quarter-finals, Scott Gillespie and Clinton Jansen. Scott Gillespie and Clinton Jansen on table 1.
Trailing 3 frames to 2. Seconds. Seconds.
Scott Gillespie, Clint Jansen, Stevie Walker, Dan Fairley, back again.
Back again. Scott Gillespie must be knackered. Because he's come through probably, what was that, 2 hour, 20-minute match, I think, with Dave Adnall.
I said to him in passing there, a bit of a marathon, mate. And he went, Stevie, I'm just not feeling it. I just had to grind. He said, I went 5-2 up. He said, but it was a slog. I had to just, things weren't coming out great on the break. He said, and then Dave went reverse dish, break dish. Then Scott got kicked in off, and then he said Dave won that as well. He went, but it was just, he said, I just grinded my way through it. He said, and I feel like that's been the way this full weekend. So let's see. I mean, when you're on the shot clock on the main table now, grinding's tough.
Yep.
So he's going to have to find some kind of flow. And we're looking at
Hansen's gone incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, brilliant.
And it's come out pretty well.
Wow.
That was 100 miles an hour, wasn't it? Great shot. However, he has left himself a problem. Red still. Red blocked off by the 2 yellows down towards the bottom left corner.
Yeah, I wonder if he can just drop the red in and play a double, but he would rather not. But I think that might... In saying that, he could use the one over the middle and drop down on it.
Good.
Or he could come in behind it right now.
Oh, and he can.
Oh, wow. And I'm not going to say that was me being creative there, and it's because I seen him digging down and I thought, he's not going to move it.
Yeah.
Can he get inside it? And he's played a great shot.
This all stems from a dry break, first up from Scott Gillespie. His table hasn't broken all that well today. Game between Gav Robinson and Mark Farnsworth. Mark was really struggling off the breaks.
What a start.
Yeah, it wasn't a straightforward finish by any means, but he made it look it. Clint Jansen going to take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, sheer aggression.
The races feel short now, don't they? Open when you've been commentating on races to 8, 9, and 10. These races to 7, they feel really short.
I just clocked the. I feel like I just spoke to Keane 2 minutes ago, and he's 3-2 down to Gareth. That one's got going quick. And the thing is, the short time that you can see there wouldn't be right because the match was called and started, and I was still talking to Keane at the side after we had the interview. I was still talking to him for a few minutes, and Gareth was standing at the table waiting to go, and he went, Steve, I better go over there. Gareth's waiting.
Yeah.
So the timer had already started, so that's a quick one.
That's 15 minutes max, isn't it, for 5 frames? Jake Newlove and Gav Robinson, that one we have been keeping our eyes on. 6-all. I think Gav had a chance to win that 6-2. I had a quick word with him. He took a toilet break and he told me that he snookered himself on the black to win 7-2. Wow. So that is going to be a hammer blow for Gav Robinson unless he can get over the line. Now, Clint's made a ball.
Yeah, decent starter on the reds and the yellows, to be fair, but I think reds, just because of the one at the bottom left-hand side, but
I think that's possible. I don't think you have to move it, but it is very tight, that. Coming round to have a look. You're trying to read his facial expression, aren't you?
Yeah.
It doesn't look good, that, does it? So perhaps that red doesn't go.
A little shake of the head there. It has me wondering.
Well, it doesn't, because if it did, there's absolutely no way he'd be taking on yellows. But because it doesn't, I think he feels his more attacking option to get those 2 balls away from each other are on the yellows.
Yeah, there's a bit of work to be done.
Oh, it's a terrific shot.
That's the first part of it. I mean, if he gets anywhere over close to the cushion, he can just give it a little nudge, but you would rather be doing it whilst you still had another shot afterwards. There's no guarantees you're going to get on it, so...
Yeah, it's an interesting one, this, because under normal circumstances, you'd want to come and move that early.
I'm not surprised he's playing this.
No, me neither. It's actually a really clever shot. Left Scott absolutely nothing.
Has he left him the long red?
I feel like the 8-ball's just in the way, but...
Yeah.
Has he left him the red to right centre? I feel like the yellow, again, is just in the way. That would be a horrible shot, but if he's on it, got to take it on. Could this be the double? No, he's on it.
Yeah, he did leave him. And he had a look, to be fair, Clint, and knowing that he was maybe going to leave that at the worst case, but obviously, the way the balls are sitting, this is a chance for Scott.
Yeah, I mean, he's one good shot away, and I think he's looking at it now. If he can run this one in down the rail and then plant red onto red. Because even if this goes wrong, he's very likely to still take the pocket and cause a big problem for Clint. Got it.
Yeah, he's ran it a little bit wider than he was hoping, but he's got it.
I think
He's
he
got
could
a great
play
chance here.
Play red off the yellow here if he doesn't fancy the long pot. Red off the yellow into the bottom left. Or even the thin snick, but I just feel like the red off the yellow is more controllable. He fancies the long one.
Yeah, he is known for the big shot. And that was certainly one of them. Well, Clint played the percentage shot. It's not gone exactly to plan because it's allowed Scott Gillespie to get to the table and with an opportunity. But to this point, he has grasped with both hands. I mean, he's absolutely played some fantastic shots here. I expect no less from the man we call Gibbsy. Yeah, so it turns out playing the percentage shot has gone wrong for Clint. He'll be disappointed, but when he played it, he wasn't expecting that Scott was going to pull something like that out. So, one frame apiece, Dan. Two cracking finishes.
Yeah, it was a great finish from Scott. I would perhaps question Clint's shot choice, given that he'd leave it on. I know it's very easy to sit here and say that, but like you said, he looked and sort of knew that he might be leaving that, and he did have aggressive options. Did have options to go for the finish there. So it was a surprise, perhaps, to see him turn it down.
The ball Clint touched nice and easy, and it just nudged the red out. I wonder if he played that a touch harder. I think the red might have went beyond the yellow to the left-hand cushion, and it wouldn't have had a pocket. But at the time, Clint did have a wee look round. Gav Robinson's won that match 7-6 against Jake Dillon Newlove. As I say, I think Clint was just playing the percentages, and unfortunately, Scott Gillespie is just one of the guys that goes against the grain. Fantastic finish. Scott to break, frame number 3.
Dry break, first frame. Got one this time. Didn't think he was. He didn't think that was going, did he?
The way he was flapping both arms. Yeah, he actually looked round to Clint and kind of apologised, obviously, for the way he was throwing the arms around like a baby bird trying to learn to fly there. It was was a bit mad, but he's creamed them. And it would have been unfortunate not to get a ball. He did say this happened to him in his previous match where he felt like he was getting them really good, but balls were covering balls or he was breaking dry. But it can be frustrating when that's happening. So, he can be forgiven for flapping some arms.
Well, Scott essentially forced into yellows here. Doesn't really have an opener on reds. I suppose he could plant yellow onto red. But there's no advantage in that. Oh, but you've got to get the first ball. He took on a more difficult option than he needed to there. He did have the yellow over the bottom left corner.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
But he backed himself. I presume he wanted to keep that there to get that yellow off the side rail later on in the finish. So now Clint's going to have the opportunity to do that. And he's opened it up nicely at this bottom end of the table. This is a great chance now.
Yeah, very good. From Clint there, nice and easy. Potting the yellow into the bottom side of the pocket just to widen the angle.
That one yellow in the top half of the table, though, that is not easy. That's going to take some getting on.
Oh.
I'm surprised he tried to move it like that. That felt low percentage to me.
I wonder if he was just trying to drop past it, Dan, and maybe play it in the bottom.
Maybe.
Either way.
Still got a double on. Still got options down table as well, but double it is. Not like that, though. He is furious with himself. He's given himself a talking to there.
Yeah, disappointed in that effort.
That yellow's gone stone dead as well. That's a massive result for Scott.
The reds are still very, very awkward, but I'd rather be at the table than not.
Well, you said he was grinding it out earlier against David Adnall. It looks to be continuing in the same vein against Clint Hansen. An easy enough hit this for Clint, but really does need to get it safe as well. Oh, he'll take that.
Yeah, you'll take that every day.
Having said that, has he opened up the pocket for that red, or has he got a little bit lucky?
I think Scott might have a chance to pop it in the middle right now.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, and as such, guarantees him on one of the top two into the top right corner. All of a sudden, big chance, Scott Gillespie.
This is a great chance. Confirmation then that Gavin Robinson is the first of our quarter-finalists. He will face the winner of this match next up. The other two, Gareth Hibbert, 4-3 up on Keir Monaghan, and Anthony Monarch, 5-3 up on Pete Fisher. Of course, the winners of those two face off against each other. Key shot of the visit now for Scott.
Yeah, this is the one for me.
Seen a few of these missed this weekend. They've played tight, these pockets.
Yeah, nice and positive there from Scott. Marshy was actually speaking. Obviously, I'm out having a chat with Keane. But just as Marshy was leaving, he said, I really need to get stuff sorted with my eyes. When it comes to specific shots, he's like, I'm guessing. I just can't see. And especially the kind of thin ones down the cushions, he's saying that he feels like he doesn't know where the edge of the ball is. So I don't know if he's got glasses that he should be wearing. I know you can't just wear normal glasses playing pool. There's one exception to the rule. I don't know if you know anyone yourself, but brilliant Scott Gillespie. There's a guy, I know Willie Bigham, his name is, and he wears wee tiny glasses, and every time he goes down to play a shot, Dan, he pushes them up. Right, and it's insane. But I've never seen. Now you see all the guys with these big.
I was going to say, I've seen a few of the Dennis Taylors around.
So there's quite a number of them in Scotland now, and they've found this guy. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's based in England, Wales, Timbuktu, if he's even in Scotland. But he makes the glasses for the guys that play pool and stuff. So there's a wad of them, Billy Snadden, Barry Thompson, loads that I know, and they wear those glasses. And to be fair, they're just for playing pool. But I don't know if it's them Marcy's got or if he's just got normal ones and he needs to get something sorted. But he said that kind of boiled him down the cushions this weekend.
Well, if it works, it works. Now, here is the Ladies Open final, and it is getting tense. Shona Lucas and Amy Beecham. 4 apiece in a race to 6. And it does look like Amy's in control there of that frame. Shona's going to have to pull off a big shot from where she was there to get out.
Monster break. But again, just a couple of balls, just not want to leave each other alone, making it awkward.
It's very tricky, but he does have the opportunity to cut this red. You can see how awkward this queuing is. But he can just nudge the red and yellow open to the right here.
Lovely.
Just like that.
Yes.
Then this is an absolutely, I mean, it's a simple chance.
Yeah, the red passes to the bottom left. There's no doubting that this is probably as straightforward as you're going to get for Clint.
Yeah. It's just a prime example of what the best players do, isn't it? You know, he's found the easy route by taking the difficult opening shot.
It's great to see Clint back at it full time on the IPA as well. As much as he was always around, it was only basically flying visits over the last couple of years, and it's been. I just think when you see guys of that calibre, good characters as well, that it just elevates the place. You're looking around on a pro tour, and you want to see some of the best players, and Clint's definitely in that bracket, as is his opponent Scott Gillespie.
Well, at the moment, arguably, he's probably number 2 because he's the only person to win a title this year whose name isn't Liam Dunster.
Yeah, that would be some going if he gets another one.
Here's a big moment. Amy Beecham has this 8-ball to get to the hill.
She's cutting it back into the middle. That's the look that I just seen there. I don't know what I would do there, Dan.
It's in between everything, isn't it? But
yeah.
He has missed it.
Do you know what's funny?
I thought that was going to drop.
Yeah, but she walked it in.
Yep.
And Amy's really a real high calibre cuest. I'm very surprised that she's still not down while that ball was rolling, you know, and I think she'll kick herself if obviously she ends up losing this frame, and that would be real pressure. Big chance for Shona. Oh, that's not going to drop, and the cue ball is.
I am amazed that she took that into the centre. Could be the camera angle throwing us off there. Looks like it's easier to the corner to me. Well, Scott's certainly got some side on that cue ball. That's not going to stop spinning for a while.
Right, does that yellow pass the black at the bottom? If it does, what a chance. I think it does.
If not, does the red? Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it?
I don't think the red does.
I don't know.
The overhead shows that it might, but that angle tells you it doesn't, because there was the straight on.
Yeah,
that red
100%.
Doesn't go.
Yeah, no, not a chance. So does the
But
yellow.
It's insane how 3 different camera angles made it look so so different from each other.
Yeah, because from here it looks like there's a chance.
Yeah.
It's a slim one, but it looks like there's a chance. And from there, it's covered half a pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close. Great opportunity. It was a great break as well. Deserved it.
and I did mention that he's not struggled with a break. He's saying to me, Stevie, I'm hitting them good, hitting them really good, but they're either dry or when a ball goes in, there's things covering each other all over the place. He said they're all splitting, but then all of a sudden a couple come back together. I reckon if he was, and I didn't get to see a whole lot, I seen a couple of frames of him and Dave Adenall when they played, when I was up at the top table speaking to Bron, and it looked like a good game. It looked like they were obviously, both of them were queuing okay, but he would probably say, based on what he told me to now, that that's his best break that he's had in a while. But I remember someone saying to me a while ago, it's okay having the best break, Stevie, but the balls don't pot themselves.
It's absolutely true. And the other thing with the break is it still requires a good chunk of luck. You know, yes, the best breakers will break better more often and they will make balls more often. But that doesn't mean that for 3 or 4 or 5 breaks in a row, you can hit them sweet and not get a ball. And if that happens to you at just the wrong moment, then that's your tournament over.
Yeah. I think that the big thing on the break is if you could work out a perfect break, then the balls would most likely land in the same place almost all the time. Yeah. And that doesn't happen. You would get the same ball. I think they do it. In American pool, they've worked out a break. There's only 9 balls and a big table and they've worked that out. But
and also, okay. Even then, they're only looking for the one.
Yeah,
they're looking
exactly.
for that one ball.
I was told a wee while ago that one of them, I think it's Shane, I think Jason was telling me that Shane's one of the, basically got a, I don't know if he's got some kind of physics brain, but if there's a tiny wee gap in certain areas, he can work out basically from hitting a certain contact where the balls would go. So I remember they played and Jason was getting off his head because of that. You couldn't do that in our game. Too small a table, too many balls.
Yes, exactly that. It's also, they use pattern racks, don't they?
Yeah.
9 ball. So you know that it's always basically the same. In our game, you know, we've got the smart rack, which is brilliant, but there's always minute little gaps, or
that's the thing.
It's a half a millimetre above the line or below the line. There's so many variables in that.
In ours, that's a bad shot from Amy there, but in ours, any issues will be down to human error. Whereas on the other one, it's down to whether the thing's been made properly or not.
Yeah.
And that's probably the big difference. But Hunter Jansen's break, he's got a ball, he's got a great chance as well. That red close to the black, maybe it might go to the middle if the middle was, we'll go to the middle if it was clear.
I'm still not convinced it will, you know. I think that needs moving. I think the red will go.
I think the red over the left middle, if that wasn't there, I think you could pop that red into the middle if you were on the right-hand side.
Yeah. I was looking at the 8 ball.
Yeah.
I don't think the 8 ball's got a pocket if you go yellows, is kind of what.
Yeah. Red balls will be the one for Clint. But he could drop this in, then play the one to the other middle, and just a little nudge on the red and black, and he's on the one to the left middle. He can do that after clearing the top 2. He can do it now. Giving himself a lot. There's a load of options from the break anyway, so big opportunity here to square the match.
I'd be tempted to do it now because you're bound to have that red to the left-hand side. Not going to. But now he's got to take the other one in balk because there's no link ball for that left anymore. So this is the key shot. If he could land where he is now, he'd be happy. Was he coming down the other side?
Yeah, he wanted to be back roughly where he was.
Yeah, it's okay that, but this is definitely thinner than he wanted, so he's going to lose a bit of control here with the cannon.
He used to watch the black. If the black hits the red below it, might be decent at the bottom left corner.
The cue ball could dice with the bottom right as well.
Yeah, that's why he's did that.
It's not too bad, this, to be fair, because this is quite a nice angle to land on the bottom red, and it should leave an opportunity to run through and take that red to the middle, like we said at the
Yeah.
beginning of the frame.
Yeah, that's not bad. Just a little bit of running side here, just one cushion over to the right hand side.
Fraction short of pace, still good, but another 2 inches. This would be simple.
Yeah, I think he can hold it because it's so reactive. Needs to cue it. Just like that.
Oh, that is the definition of pocket weight, that, isn't it? Great shot from Clint Hansen. He levels things up.
Yeah, a little smile from Scott there. Also appreciating that was a decent finish. Some nice stuff in it.
Shona Lucas is still in this game. Amy missed a good chance to win it, you feel. Played a poor positional shot. Can Shona take it to a decider? How tempted would you be here, Stevie, to try and cut that red on the rail?
I think that's a shot. But I like that.
That's pretty good too. Yep.
That's
that'll do.
intelligent stuff. In fact, I think that's a shot.
Yeah.
I'll be
you're
honest,
right.
the first thing I seen was cut the red up the cushion.
Yep.
Hopefully just stifle that top pocket, but that's a cracking shot.
That's a
What
pretty
a
good
fantastic
response.
hit that is.
He didn't want it in though.
The Goobsy break. Here we go.
Cue ball.
And the red goes. Yeah, now he's catching them. He's almost kicked in off there. And I think the way Scott breaks, generally, the only time he does go in off is when he's kicked in off, because he does control it really well and he hits it like a hammer. So, opportunity. Scott Gillespie once again. I think both sets probably as good as each other here.
I think yellows are just marginally shading it. And I think if he can take this, the left hand of these two yellows that are close together on the right hand side now, and avoid pushing that other yellow to the cushion, then he'll take that shot on. I don't know if there's enough of a gap there.
I think he's convinced himself of reds.
Fair enough.
I don't mind that. I think the reds are okay. The red now that he's left on that right hand cushion was always the awkward one for me.
Yeah.
Not
a bad last ball.
And he's maybe just thinking the way the yellows are, 4 on the left, 4 kind of on the right, that he's having to maybe go side to side. But with the reds, take this one away. They are pretty straightforward. It just needs to get to exactly there, the left hand side, and then it's just a drop through. Play this in, leave a nice angle that he can just run off the top cushion. Come down past the yellow. That looks about perfect.
Yep. Just got to come far enough down table now that he's not going to be running into the 8 ball.
I think if he can just pass the yellow on the left-hand side and get close to the line of the middle pocket, he'll be absolutely spot on.
Far enough. Just, I think.
I think if he can't push through here, he's left it good enough that he can just bring it back past the black.
I think that's what he's doing.
Just like that. This is some standard from both players.
Yeah, we are flying through this match. Scott Gillespie leads by 4 frames to 3. Neither player giving any quarter at the moment. This is high quality stuff from both of these two. Tell you, 5 each in the Ladies Open final. We are going decider for that title.
That's incredible. And it's not a surprise. But to be fair, Amy did play a fantastic shot out the snooker. When once that went in, I kind of had a feeling it was all going to be lost in that one.
And we have finally lost all amateur representation as well in the Open event. Pete Fisher, a memorable run to the quarterfinal, but it's ended by Anthony Monarch. So Anthony Monarch will take on Gareth Hibbert or Cian Monaghan. Looking like Gareth at the moment. He leads 6-4. Gavin Robinson will take on the winner of this match. Clint Hansen to break in frame 8.
Needs another good one.
Oh, that cue ball. How has nothing... What? How has that red not gone in? That's absolutely astonishing. Not the worst dry break ever. There's definitely things that Scott needs to do here. It's not a straightforward finish. Both colour sets have problems.
Yeah, definite work to be done here. Pop this red in though. Does open up the first opportunity to get things into play.
Does he feel like... I mean, he must do. He feels like he can pop this red closest to the bottom right corner. Then I wasn't sure that you'd be able to get past the yellow for that, but...
If he can, it's a great opportunity, but... does look tight. I do agree with you. I do agree with you on that one.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to come down the short side of the table for that one. And, oh, how lucky's he got there? Has he left a plant?
I think he has, and it's right in Clint's eye line. Yeah, I think that's on.
It's a little bit near jaw, isn't it? It's not... I don't think it's heart of the pocket. But I do think it will slide in.
Oh, that tells you it's not.
No. No, he wouldn't have tried to move it. Does he feel like he can manipulate it, like he can make it happen?
You might have to. Maybe over the bag would be good.
It's in.
Or just heart of the pocket.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of reverse side on that just to make it, as you said, just manipulate it ever so slightly.
But he doesn't now have the angle to come down the right-hand side of the table for that most awkward red towards the bottom right corner. This is, although these reds look quite open, this is anything that he...
A little bit further.
Not enough. Not enough. He knew it straight away, didn't he?
Now, he's still got a chance. Needs to miss the yellow. Oh, Amy must have took a monster here, and the party is over. Well done, Amy Beecham. Not only a world champion now.
Yep.
She's got herself the UK Open, Ladies Open title.
Oh, no, Scott Gillespie. Tried to get past that yellow.
I think I preferred just
going
smashing into it.
Yeah.
Nice and easy, obviously, try and just get the red over the bottom pocket if possible, but
This man is a shot maker, though, and this is a shot that needs to be made.
Indeed.
Do not write him off just yet. You probably can now, though.
Well, a little bit harder, and he might have been right in behind the red and the black.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what Clint does here now, because that 8-ball is actually really awkward.
Yeah. One awkward ball. One very awkward ball. And it is the 8-ball. You might see Clint doing a little bit of hiding here and there. See what happens. Nothing straightforward. Yeah, just as I thought and expected. Again, Scott is a big shot maker, but I don't think that red's potable at all, but he might play this at pace. Yeah, it was never easy. It was never easy to hit that red, leave it awkward, pot it, whatever that might be. So, advantage, Clint Jansen, and a chance to square the match. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Well, I might take the one to the top here, actually, and just went drop, drop, but maybe just slightly off. What with the 3 yellows sitting as they are. Never any danger. Scott Gillespie 4, Clinton Jansen 3. About to be 4 apiece here. Standard has been brilliant. Around the back of this yellow. Anything but straight. Straight's not terrible either, but that's bang on. Between screwing off the side cushion and running off the top, Clint going offside. Lovely shot. There's black to square the match. And it's been some match to this point. The last frame, this frame, pretty awkward. Nothing straightforward. Scott forcing the issue a little bit. He's managed to get to the last couple of balls. Just didn't get the position that he was looking for. But it is 4 apiece. Scott Gillespie, Clinton Jansen. Aramis billiard balls. The Pro Cups that we use. Strachan 861. Supreme pool tables. First class. The guys at EBS working all weekend doing some tips and giving people what they need. The Halo I-Beam and Smart Racks, all from 8-Ball Direct, and the team are on board. The kit us out with unbelievable clobber. Everything from t-shirts, mid layers, base layers, hoodies, you name it. They've really got a bit of everything. Your t-shirts, all your casual wear, it is absolutely class. Anything you need, guys. Some of the very best equipment and clothing that you will get in the world of Cuesports. Scott Gillespie break. He's a good one. I mean, he always creams them, let's be fair. Nicely controlled. Cue ball. Reds are good. Reds are very good. Not a gimme, straightforward starter. However, he pops it in. What an opportunity he's going to have on these Reds. Oh, and that red wasn't easy. But I fancy Scott to get it every day. Every single day of the week. But it wasn't easy. He's had to make sure he gets out at the same time. So he was on the red over the middle right pocket. Yeah, very good from Clint here. Just making things a tiny bit easier. It's the red. That was slightly awkward. It wasn't like it was against a cushion or in real danger, but it was slightly awkward. He's now got that into play. Now going to take the red away that's covering the 8-ball. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. He just wants to get out. Leave himself the 2 balls. Went a bit further than he was probably expecting there. Should still be able to play it the way he was wanting to. I think he can still go. And just pull this straight back. So he can now go left then right, and then off the right ball he's just dropping into the gap. But I think he could have still taken the one to the left there. And then just kind of a little stun up past the red. That makes a difference. Just a delicate little screw here. Fantastic stuff. Hunter Janssen set to go into the lead here with the break in the next frame. And Scott will take his comfort break right now as Hunter Janssen goes into a 5-4 lead.
frame 10. Then I enter the break. Leave 5 frames to fall. Time running.
Decent contact. Looking dry though. He's going to give Scott Gillespie a chance to square this match up. And a decent chance it is. Not easy again. Spoke about it earlier. And Scott was saying that there was maybe something covering something and nothing really straightforward. Nobody says you have to get handed anything straightforward, but he's at the table and that's the big thing. Yeah, I like it. I like that shot. Really positive. Had to dig down on it. Slightly awkward cueing. Really positive. I think it opens things up a little bit more as well. So the red that's just below the yellow at the top right, I think it makes life a bit easier to get on that now. Couple of options. And I think that's perfect for the first one. A moment ago, we only really had that one and then didn't have a second kind of fallback ball. Knocking that red a bit higher made the difference. Didn't want to be on the cushion like that, but I think when the contact happened, a little bit of side just killed the cue ball because he was hoping to flick the cushion and then just go a touch higher. Loads and loads of topspin to try and gather momentum off the yellow. And if he can pop this in thin enough, it would make a difference. But if he can't, he might go between the yellows. Between the yellow and the black as well. Go to the left-hand cushion. Not easy though. Not easy. Oh, that's brilliant. Maybe a bunch of you going, come on, Walker, that's natural, but I don't care what anybody says. A little bit of traffic there. The window's not massive. Nicely controlled. And actually, I think he might be disappointed that he's not came out a bit further. He might have to screw this back. Take the red into the right middle. Wow, he's getting to that. Big shot here for Scott. Very big shot. He taking the big bag top. Does he cut it in the middle and slide off the yellow? That's unfortunate. That was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. They just get into that screwed shot so well. The reaction in the cue ball, leaving him welded to the bottom cushion. A little bit of misfortune if you ask me. A great chance this for Clint to get one step closer to place in the next round. He hoped to just drift past that there. Yeah, the top yellow goes. Sorry, not the top one, the one just below the top one. I think both of them might go, to be honest, but this one here's the key shot. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Is there a gap? Oh, I fancied him for it. And you know what? I think he fancied it as well. That needs to travel. Now, can he hold? Cue ball. He's going to need to hold at least as close to the baulk line as possible. Little drag. That is fantastic. See the tap on the leg from Scott Gillespie, because trust me, that is not an easy shot. Maybe for the top guys. But that is not easy. Loads and loads of drag and a little trace aside to just kill the cue ball off the cushion. And that's black. For frame number 6 for Clinton Jansen. And a place in the next round. Clint found the groove. Scott, slightly unfortunate, I have to say. But he did miss that. Red by a long way. And it wasn't easy, it was really awkward. But I tell you, do you know what it is? I've watched Scott probably for 20 years. And he was only, when I started playing the game, I was a bit older. Thanks to the world of football. But Scott was one of the kind of youngsters, but he was one of the best. Him and Jason Shaw. Like Sir Paddy McMillan. But Jason and Scott were probably the two that I've seen most of. In and around the Scotland setup. These guys were in the A team at a young age. They were travelling all over. I think the big shot, the big frame, the big moment, Scott's just been one of the guys for so many years that probably get a little bit shocked when I see him maybe miss here and there, but needs to hang in there for a place in the semi-final. Young Anthony Monarch will play Gareth Hibbett. And the winner of this will play Gavin Robinson, who has had some weekend so far. So the winner of this will join Gav Robinson in the next match. I think that's going to be on the mainstream. Yes, it is. It will be Gareth Hibbett and Anthony Monarch. The young man who did a double last year as an amateur. Winning the amateur and the open. Can he do it? Can he win the open as a pro? Well, Scott, I think he was trying to get on that red. Saying that, if he was trying to get on that red, it's tough to get back out, so the one just below the yellow at the bottom right, it's tough, really tough. Probably one of them where it might be better to be last. But it's going to take some positional shot to get from the top of the table down and on that. Still having a look at that down the bottom, just right on one. Yeah, so that ball was the one that was awkward from the start. He's just off straight. I think he's got a little bit here. But I don't think he's got enough that he can get where he wants to be. If he can run into it. I don't know what camera angle, slightly deceiving, so I think he's got a big shot to play here. That's nicely controlled. Could have been doing it half an inch higher, but nicely controlled. One cushion. Needs to go, it needs to go. It's not gonna. Oh, what a shot. What a shot, Scott Gillespie. Clinton Jansen 6, Scott Gillespie 5. The big shot at the big time. Absolutely incredible. So Clint now will step to the table with a chance to break for the match. And of course, a place in the semi-finals.
Frame 12. Then I answer break. Even 6 frames to 5. Time running.
Yeah, creamed them. Absolutely creamed them. Now, the yellow closest to the black. If that goes, what a chance this is. I don't think the red close to the yellow at the left-hand side. I don't think that goes, but I think the yellow does. So I'm edging towards this being a fantastic opportunity for Clint to get over the line. So this is the one Clint's hoping for. You're just looking for that one chance. Just one chance. We're not coming back here to tell our enemies anything. We'll just want a chance to go and take a finish. And Clint, in this instance, has a chance to get a place in the semi-final. Not much Scott can do, but sit and watch. Oh, is he on the ball? Is he on it? I don't think the one he's closest to will go. I don't know if he's on that. And if he is, he must be. He's got away with it. Probably wrong turn of phrase to say he's got away with it, but he's fortunate that he didn't end up behind that yellow because he didn't play it great. The standard from both of the guys has been class. There's been a few moments, a couple of little bits here and there, but on the whole, so it will be game, set and match here, barring a big mistake from Clint, which I don't expect to see. On a place in the semi-finals against Gavin Robinson. Well done, Clint. I'll go and get a couple of words with him, guys. So just stay there, stay tuned. And the next match-up is Gareth Hibbett and Anthony Monarch. Welcome back, guys, and I'm delighted to be joined by the victor in that match, Clint Jansen. Clint had a couple of wee moments here and there, but that was pretty solid.
Yeah, I think early doors I was a little bit ropey. Made a couple of silly mistakes early doors, like the second frame. I don't even know what I did. Second frame, I've just basically tapped my ball and just left him virtually a straight pot
at the bottom cushion.
I don't know what I done.
I seen you having a look to see if you were leaving anything,
yeah,
and then
I didn't think I was. I don't know. I didn't think I was leaving that, but I clearly did. But no, after that, I thought I played pretty well, to be honest.
I thought it was quite solid. It was myself on comms, and a few big finishes at big times, a few good breaks as well, but a couple of clever shots just at the right time as well. When you could push the boat out, just playing that little safety, getting a ball into a better position. Personally, I thought it was solid and probably good value for the win.
Yeah, I know. I probably know which shot you're on about, where I tucked him up at the top of the table.
Yes.
Where I had two balls. I didn't play that as best as I could. I should have cut that side cushion off, to be honest. That's what I played to do.
Yeah.
I left him the.
He went behind it and nearly got in the middle.
Made it in the middle, yeah. But yeah, if I'd have played that properly, I think it was the right shot. I think, but yeah, I left him that side cushion, which was a bit silly, but luckily I got away with one.
Obviously, after winning the pro event in Coventry, coming into this, going out in the pro when you're obviously trying to chase that, I see it in some of the guys, especially Liam Dunster, who it seems as if he loses one, he chases the other. Is that something that's on your mind when you go out to the pro and you've still got the open to really dig in and try and get it?
Yeah, sometimes, and I think if I lose early doors in the pro event, then I'm like thinking, well, I've got this one, and let's do well in that one. But you know, sometimes when you do well in the pro event, you get to, like, I don't know, like maybe quarter semis, and you're losing. You think, you know what I mean?
Deflated.
But this one, like, because to be fair, in the pro event, I lost to Gio, but it was on the stream table.
Yeah, that's right.
My Oddie did a thing wrong. To be honest. He played flawless, and I was like thinking I was a bit like, well, I'm playing some good stuff, but I just didn't get enough chances to win the match. You know what I mean? But I mean, I'm playing okay. I'm not playing brilliant. I'm playing okay, and need my break to start working. And well, it worked.
There was one or two there that was pretty good.
Yeah, it worked for most of that game, to be fair. But no, I feel like if I can get that break working, then I feel like I could go the way.
Well, congratulations on that one, mate. It's a place in the semi-final now against Gav Robinson, so all the best, mate.
Cheers, buddy.
So next up here, guys, is Gareth Hibbett against... Is it Gareth against Anthony Monarch? Yes, it is. So Gareth and Anthony Monarch, so stay tuned, guys.
Now I'm just going to do what, obviously, you teach people to do, really, which is step into the shot, trust yourself. No, I don't know where the white is. Well, so that's the first shot. Well, contact is a good start. That's in. That's in. Oh. I'm better off just hammering this. Bad, isn't it? Put your blindfold down. All right, Mum. Oh my God, this is bad, isn't it? This is in. Can't miss that. There it is. Well done, the way all along, isn't it? Don't tell anyone else that, because that's the way. Liam Power, this is the blindfold challenge. Let's see what you're made of. Okay, that's one.
That's not too bad.
It's going one-handed.
Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, at least I've hit it.
Come on, Liam. That is the first good contact you've made.
Oh yeah, I'll take it.
Now, I don't know why I'm getting out of his eye line, he can't see. Hey, well done, Liam Power.
Finally.
Kian promised he would do this first try. Oh!
Was it cold?
It was quite close, yeah. Wow.
Quite difficult.
Easy game this, isn't it? Oh, he's setting himself up.
Stop. Yes.
So the rules are, if the cue ball goes back on, it's got to go back on the brown spot.
Is that the rule?
Wow. I'm actually surprised at how difficult this is.
That is easy.
Sorry, do you want to just... How easy is that again? Oh my God.
Yes.
You have set yourself up now nicely. There it is. Well done, Kian.
Thank you.
That was a number of shots.
Wow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what is the 12 ball challenge. 6 shots. Robert Stephen. He misplaced a small pool table, so we've misplaced his cue. He's going to try it with the palm of his hand. We're here in Coventry at the IPA. Robert Stephen, over to you.
Right, let's go. Many shots that's got to take. Oh, get in.
Oh, that's not bad.
How good was that? Stevie had bought one of the wee mini pool tables we were going to do for the entertainment this weekend, and it was in my boot, but one of my kids actually took it in the house to play with it, and I didn't realise it wasn't in my boot, and I've arrived there without it, so that was my punishment. Is that a time?
This time. I don't know if he was cheating there, guys. How many shots is he wanting? It was a 6 shot challenge. He's just clearing the table now.
This is harder than it looks. Wait, I need to. Oh, that's the one.
Oh, look at this. How many is it going to take him? Let's just go for a record, guys. Handball.
Need to wait till it stops.
Handball, Robert Stephen. He's having a nightmare.
Oh, man. Oh, wow.
The thing I've noticed, guys, is he's not chalked his palm once. I know, once. Once.
That's just too hard.
Attempt 144.
Oh, this is terrible.
He's had a few 147s. He's getting close to that number here. Oh, look at this.
Oh, what a shot that was.
This is incredible stuff. The scenes here in Coventry as Robert Stephen makes.
The thing is, I actually think I'm beat Greg.
He makes a little fool of himself.
Nah,
this time. Oh yes. Right.
Oh.
Right. Just about over. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. Just this last ball. Just this last ball. Come on, Rob. Come on, one more ball. One more ball. One more ball. One more ball. That's it. Well done, Robert Stephen.
Welcome back. We are in the last knockings of this wonderful weekend we have spent here at the Normandy Hotel in Glasgow. It is semi-final time in the UK Open. As you just saw there, Clint Hansen has taken the lead in the first semi-final against Gav Robinson. We will be bringing you live coverage of this second semi-final between Gareth Hibbert and Anthony Monarch. It's the old hand against the young pretender. And it's Gareth Hibbert to start us off. And a man who has one of the best breaks in the game. He's put a bit aside on that one. Cue ball finally stopped spinning. He's come up dry. But it's an interesting layout, this. Because you've got that red covering the bottom right corner and the yellow covering the top right corner. There's not an obvious colour set here. Work to be done. Now, you can see Anthony Monarch has tried to open up that top right pocket with the first shot. Would have kept it an open table, of course. Hasn't managed it, though, so now he's stuck with reds, and that is a severe problem at the moment. Cushion first, just trying to either cover the pocket or pot this red. Doesn't want to pot it, I don't think, and he's played it nicely. Bit of a nothing shot there from Gareth. But he knows that Anthony has so much work to do to be able to take this frame. He'd managed to contain him well with that last shot, did Anthony, but there's going to come a point where you feel like he's going to need to attack. Doesn't want to pot this. Doesn't want to pot this. Hasn't. So stuck Gareth back in a similar position. All Gareth can do here is just try and keep things awkward for his opponent. He's played a nice shot there, though. He's opened up the two yellows as we watch Clint Hansen just about scrape the 8-ball in. Overcut that one a bit, but Pocket still took it. So he leads 2-0 in the other semi. Anthony still looking to just keep Gareth at arm's length here. Obviously, he does have a decent amount of control with that red over the bottom right corner. That's a big problem for the 8-ball, but elsewhere on the table, Gareth is beginning to take control, and he does have a couple of yellows close to the right centre pocket to attack that 8-ball area. Well, Anthony Monarch with the cross double, and it's a beautiful shot. He's not out of the woods yet. He still has that big problem up towards the top right corner. Is he looking to see if he can grip the cue ball enough now to come off the top rail and into it and knock it out? Definitely relying on a bit of luck with this shot. He's got into it nicely. It's come out nicely. And it's just going to sneak past that red to the centre pocket. He doesn't look entirely happy, but to me, he should have just won the frame. Well, I'm amazed at the way he's played that. I kind of just expected him to drift it in. Obviously felt like he had more angle than he wanted. But I do feel like it just pocket weight. He'd have dropped that in. He'd have had the plant. Got to find something extra special from here. Tried to screw into the red, and he's almost got it. A brilliant effort. The only good news for him is that that red is still over the corner pocket. Probably best that he didn't pot it, actually, because he'd have been odds against even further had that red dropped in. Would expect Gareth to just find safety here, but he's going to go for it. Probably wanted an angle on this yellow to the right-hand side of the table next to the centre pocket to go down into the red. Doesn't have it yet. Still has a chance to manufacture it, though. Interesting that he's chosen to take that ball next. That was his obvious route down to that area. Does look like he might have the angle now to pump this in and screw into the black. What he's tried. And that's what he's done. That is an absolutely stunning shot from Gareth Hibbert. Could have gone wrong the way he played that, but you have to say it's exceptional cue ball control to arc it round like that and get a nice full contact on the 8 ball. And at the end of what's been a slightly messy frame, it will be the man they call the Godfather who takes the first frame of this match. Gareth Hibbert 1, Anthony Monarch 0. Slightly slow start to this semi-final, but it was a big break from Gareth, but he was lucky in a way that he covered 2 pockets with the opposite colour sets. It made things very difficult for Anthony. And then Anthony gave himself a great chance to win the frame, but wasn't able to take it. Here's Gav Robinson stalking the table. Trailing by 2 frames to 1 in the other semi. What can Anthony do from the break? Cut break. Is that yellow going to drop? You bet it is. Thought he was going to be unlucky there. The yellow that flew towards the left centre pocket came off both jaws and back away. But I think he'll be very happy with this opportunity. Perhaps just the one problem yellow, the yellow to the right of the black spot there. Having a look at it now, I'm not convinced that goes anywhere at the moment. I don't think it goes to the left centre past the 8 ball, and I'm not sure he can see enough of it to pot it down to the bottom right corner. So that is perhaps something that needs some attention in a couple of shots' time. He would have loved to have left himself an angle on that one closest to the centre of the table now to be able to just nudge into the red, but hasn't got that angle just yet. And the longer this goes on, the more difficult it becomes, because he needs to make sure he leaves another ball for after he bumps that out. Unless he doesn't need to, maybe he can land on it. If he can't, he really is running out of room here for error. He's tried to land on it now, so it must go. Looks mighty tight, but clearly he can see enough of it. Now, what angles he left himself here? This doesn't look great. He might have to top off the red here. Look for a thin enough contact that the cue ball just slides off it and comes further down table. Just like that. And Anthony Monarch back into the match. One apiece. A very nice break dish from the man they call the Monk. Two all between Clint and Gav. Out on table 2. And it may well be 3-2 in a moment's time, because that is a horror in-off for Clint Jansen. Clint, of course, looking for his second title of the season. Won the professional title at Tour 2. Would love to add another Open crown to his list of achievements. Gareth's not going to go dry very often, and that is the reason why. A huge amount of power into that break. And it's led to this excellent opportunity. These are wide open. I think he'd like to take reds, but I don't know if it's possible. He's obviously got an easy red above the 8 ball there, but don't know if he can manipulate the cue ball well. Either through the gap between the yellows or just maybe glance off that first yellow. So yellows it will be. They're not too bad either, but that ball over on the left-hand side is going to require some care and attention. Earth has possibly just landed a fraction straighter than he'd like on this yellow down the cushion. He'd like the cue ball to come away from the cushion a bit after contact. Oh, it was just enough. Again, it's tough to tell, but I feel like that's a fraction short on pace as well. He'd like the cue ball to probably go up to get straight as possible on the yellow in the top half of the table first. He couldn't do that from there. It just stuns it back. It will go to the top right. It's not fatal by any means. This is a slightly more difficult route than perhaps it needed to be. Recovered it beautifully though. Two-one. Good finish from Gareth. That wasn't an easy table to start with, but he made it look pretty simple. There's Gav Robinson racking up for frame 6. He leads Clint Jansen by 3 frames to 2. This would represent an incredible result for Gav this weekend. I've spoken to him a couple of times. Those who know him will know how much he likes to talk. And he is coming off the back of a not particularly impressive season thus far. And also a lack of practice, in his own words, in recent times. That break will not help his mood. He slammed his cue down in frustration because look at this table that he's left for his opponent, Clint Jansen, with a finish that he should definitely be making light work of. Talking of finishes that players should be making light work of, that is a great break from Anthony Monarch. All the balls pretty much in the bottom half of the table, but they're all quite open. Going to take yellows. Just that tick of 4 yellows there on the right-hand side. That's what he's worried about. He's got to pick those off in the right order to make sure that there's always a pocket open. Looks to me like the left of those will go through the gap between the 2 reds to the left centre, which would be a bonus. think he was trying to land on that ball to the right centre pocket, but hasn't got far enough across with the cue ball. Now this mid-range yellow to the top left, and then I imagine he's trying to land on, that exactly there, where he's pointing his cue. He can get the cue ball straight on that particular yellow, then you would think the frame is as good as done. If he lands with an angle, then there's potential for problems. Probably hasn't come quite far enough to be absolutely certain of this now. So one more good positional shot required. He was straight on this, then all you have to do is drop it in and then play the left-hand yellow through the gap between the two reds. But not being straight means there's another good shot to be played. Because he has to clear that yellow, the one closest to the cue ball now, before he can clear the yellow below it. So his route is mapped out, but he does need to get pretty straight on that penultimate yellow. And I think that will do very nicely. You can see there from the overhead there's not much of a gap, but that yellow definitely slides between those two reds. They're almost acting as sighters for him. This 8 ball for 2 each. And of course, he makes no mistake. Go down, essentially to a race to 5. And in this match, Clint Jansen versus Gavin Robinson, we are down essentially to a race to 4. Clint, I'm sure, reverse dished that previous frame. And it looks very much like Gav might be doing the same back to his opponent here in frame 7. We've had 3 break dishes in a row since that slightly scrappy first frame. Gareth looking to continue that trend. But he won't be able to. Anthony Monnock comes to the table for a first visit. For the 4th time in this match out of 5 frames. That may well be the only difference between these two players at the moment. Both looking excellent when they're in the balls. This looks like a far more presentable opportunity than Anthony's first from Gareth's dry break in the first frame. But he really does want a red, and it looks like the only option he's got is this plant. So this is a very tough shot to start off with. And he has just made it. He flicks his hand up towards Gareth as way of apology. I think he thought he'd missed it. Probably the key shot for the frame coming up now. Just wants to nudge this yellow out of the way. Leave himself on a choice of reds to centre pockets. Hasn't quite got it out of the way of that red over to the right hand side by the looks of it. That may end up being his last ball now. But he will have to be wary of that line of 3 yellows across the table. And actually, I don't think he'll be able to just hold for the 8 ball to the same pocket as this red's going in. He's going to leave himself a nice bit of angle here. Up and down the table, come down the left-hand side and leave that 8 ball to the bottom right. Pace control crucial here. You don't want to massively underhit or massively overhit this. There's a huge area to land in, so the chances of him not having a shot are very slim, but it can get in your mind if you leave it trickier than you need to. But he's found a lovely line. And he leads by 3 frames to 2. A couple of dry breaks now from Gareth Hibbert. The first one didn't cost him, but that one certainly did. Not watching this game, obviously, between Clint and Gav, but just the layouts every time we seem to come back to the table suggests to me that the dry breaks aren't limited to the stream table. I feel like we've had 3 or 4 reverse dishes in a row here, and it looks like Clint's about to get another one. Anthony Monica's certainly got that cut break working well, though. Another first opportunity at the table for him. Kind of forced into red, you feel. Does he have an angle here where he can punch this in, top through into the yellow and the 8 ball and open all these reds up? If he doesn't, he'll have to find that angle at some point. That yellow is a big problem for both colour sets, really. Well, he's gone into the yellow, but he has tied up the 8-ball. And I don't think he can attack it from this red. Yes, sure, he's got the angle. But can he get the cue ball back out? I don't know if that's possible. Trying to come off the rail. How's your luck? His face tells a story, and I suspect that story is that red doesn't go. It looks very tight. It looks like one you might just be able to slide off the far jaw at pocket weight, sorry. Moment of truth then. Anthony must feel like he's got enough pocket for this red. But he was shaking his head when he left it there. So he wasn't entirely happy with it. This must be tight. Expect to see this played at pocket weight. Oh, well, perhaps not. Perhaps he flies in. Maybe that's just his resting face. Or 2, Anthony Monarch, 3 dishes in a row. Have turned this game on its head from where we first begun. Into Hanson and Gav Robinson still going absolutely toe-to-toe with each other. Very difficult, by the looks of it, to separate these two at this point. Gareth Hibbert looking absolutely dumbfounded. It's another dry break. It's another massive split. There's hardly a ball anywhere near where they were racked up. Everything has moved. Nothing has found any of those 6 pockets. Really is starting to become the story of the match. Because again, this isn't a bad chance. That the yellows look a little awkward at first glance, but that yellow on the side rail, he can play that off the red, open up the pocket for the other yellow. Well, it's gone the plant to go reds. Even easier. Great vision there from Anthony Monarch. was actually an easier shot than it looked, because that yellow, I suspect, was making a big pocket for the plant, but he didn't even need to use it. He caught it that sweet. Textbook visit to the table by the looks of things. Take on the difficult shot first and should make life easier for yourself later on down the line. He looks in very good nick, this young man. So he's just going to have to guard against knocking that yellow into his way when he takes the last red over the bottom right corner. He'll probably be able to get round the back of it and come out for 8 ball to right centre. Could also choose to play into it, I suppose. Play the 8 ball into the left centre. But if he is going to make contact, he just needs to make sure that contact is the right one. He hasn't left himself particularly thin, so it looks to me like he's just going to stun into it. And that 8 ball will be going into the left centre pocket. That was straighter than I thought. Four dishes on the spin for Anthony Monarch. Put him 2 frames away from the UK Open title here in Glasgow. Another man who is 2 frames away is standing at the table right now on table 2. It's Gav Robinson. He's 5-4 up on Clint Hansen. And if he can take these out, he will be within spitting distance of the UK Open final. Just when everything was going the way of that young man from the northeast, Anthony Monarch, he comes up with a dry break of his own and maybe just cracks the door ajar for Gareth Hibbert to get himself back into this match. Key shot here then. Gareth wants to pot this yellow down the rail to the bottom left. Sort of a half ball kiss on the red next to the yellow above it. Should leave everything wide open for him. Just doesn't want to catch it too full. He could stick to that yellow if he's not careful. That's absolutely plumb. Perfect shot from Gareth Hibbert. And that looks to be a frame winner. Got about this nicely as Gareth, and this 8 ball will put him just 2 frames behind. And with Hibbert to break next up, you would think he can't keep breaking dry. Here's Clint Jansen at the table trying to save his tournament. He trails by 6 frames to 4 against Gav Robinson. And this looks dry. Gav is going to have a chance to reach his first IPA final in 2 years. Tour 4 professional final 2024 was Gav's last visit to the biggest stage. He does have one IPA title to his name, the Masters, a couple of years ago. But he's yet to visit the top step of the podium at a tour weekend. Is that all about to change? Much better from Gaz. Is the cue ball going to stay out? It is. How is the lay of the land? The yellows look quite nice, but, and it's a big but, I don't think he's got an opener. It would be a brave man who took the yellow closest to him. Down to the bottom right corner is an opening shot. Although I'd argue it's probably the easiest of a bad bunch. He's also got a long yellow down to the bottom left. No, reds it is. Looking to get into that awkward area early. Hasn't quite managed it, but not fatal. Couple of balls in the vicinity that he can use to attack the 8 ball in the red next to it. He's going to go after it immediately. If that red closest to the cue ball still passes the yellow to the bottom right, and the way he's come around the table, I suspect that it does, then that has worked out perfectly for Gareth Hibbert. All Anthony Monnock can do is sit and watch and hope that he gets a chance at the table. Here's the black for Gav Robinson to reach his first final since 2024. He's done it. He will face the winner of this match in the final here at the UK Open. But which one of these two great competitors will it be? Will it be Gareth Hibbert, the man who cannot seem to stop winning? Or will it be young Anthony Monarch, the new kid on the block, who has been tearing it up? That very famous win last season, the Open and amateur titles in the same weekend. Not something that has been done very often at all. Gareth's just taken a second to step out of the arena. Great to see Gav Robinson in another IPA final. He would love to come away from a tour weekend with a trophy. Really does love this game, does Gav, and anyone who's spoken to him can attest to that. A real character, always full of ideas, full of praise and criticism and everything in between. Question that remains is just which one of these two will he be facing in the final match of the tournament, and indeed the final match of the weekend here in Glasgow. Been fantastic weekend, Paul, as always, and we are right at the very end of it. More match to go. No dry break this time for Anthony Monarch, and actually it's as hard as he's hit the break all day. It must be. He's creamed them. But a question does remain on colour set. Obviously it's easier to go reds first off. But how easy is it to pot that red there that he's pointing his cue at? He's got an angle available to him to the left centre. It's tough to tell whether he's got one available to him to the right centre because of how close that yellow is behind it. He's played on it first, and he's played it a dream. That's a beautifully controlled shot from Anthony Monarch. It would have been so easy to underhit that and land on nothing. But with great risk comes great reward. This has just been a match of the very highest quality. Anthony Monarch missed a decent chance in frame one. But since that frame, there has not been a single missed pot in the entire match. If he takes these 3 reds and the 8 ball out, that will be 9 dishes in a row. And he will be a heavy favourite to reach the final here. He is perhaps just a fraction straighter than he would like on this red down the rail. Might just have to put a touch more cue power into this than he'd have liked. I'll just drift this in. Got to cue it. And hasn't he done it well? Puff of the cheeks from Anthony Monarch as he walks around the table. But he does know that that is the hard work done in this frame. Been a terrific finish. And he's landed nice and straight on the 8 ball. Just got to be wary of his hand position with this shot. Those 2 yellows are where you would ideally want to put your hands, and you can see how awkward this is. But that wasn't enough to cause a problem. Anthony Monarch leads by 6 frames to 4. He is 1 away from the UK Open final. A word for all our sponsors. Aramith Billiard Balls, providing the Pro Cups that the players love so much. Strachan 861 Cloth, in the same vein, and of course Supreme Winner Pool Tables, all provided to us as part of our sponsorship packages, so thank you to all of them. Elite Billiard Supplies, running their shop at our events, providing various items for the tour. 8 Ball Direct, providing the lighting and the smart racks. And indeed plenty of other clever products that Alan Yates from 8 Ball Direct creates for pool events. He is a bit of a genius like that. And last but not least, Onboard Sportswear, who make sure the players look as good as they play. Gareth Hibbert is not done just yet. And that is a fabulous break, and it's a fabulous chance on reds. Key to this frame will be getting the cue ball somewhere in and around the black spot, you'd say, in a couple of shots' time. It's a fairly simple finish, this. Plenty of ways to go about it. It looks like he's going to be leaving that red in balk to last. It really was a great break from Gareth. And it's going to pile the pressure on the next one from Anthony. Assuming Gareth makes no mistake here, I think it would be a Leicester City-sized shock if he didn't take these out. And there we have it, a quick-fire response from Gareth. He throws the gauntlet back over to the other side of the arena and says, Anthony Monarch, if you want to beat me, you'll have to beat me. You feel like it's going to take a break and dish to win this game. We've just had our 10th dish in a row, either break or reverse in this match out of 11 frames. Some standard. Gareth, of course, memorably on the right side of a game like that in the previous event, Coventry against Dean Shields. There was not a missed pot or a backward step in that entire match, and this one has gone almost the same way. Can Anthony finish the job here, or will Gareth get out of that seat for one more time in this match at least? Early signs are good. Early signs are very good. Do you think it's going to need to be reds? I don't see a nice option for the yellow on the left-hand side of the table from that overhead view, the bottom of the table from this main camera view. Those yellows are arguably a slightly easier colour set in terms of the layout, but it's just getting the cue ball on that one yellow that I think will push his mind to reds. An absolutely incredible match, this. I'm sure there's a lot of people at home that would like to see a decider, but you couldn't begrudge Anthony Monarch this victory if he takes this from here. A pretty straightforward finish, but the pressure is ramping up with every single shot. That was probably, if his route stays the way he wants it to, the most difficult shot he would have to play in this visit. He would perhaps like to be just an inch further down table, just that fraction straighter on this one. Needs pace control now. He's gone into the red and it's come out okay. That could have gone horribly wrong. Just for a moment there, you thought those two reds might just stick together. I think he's actually landed quite nicely on this, so he can nip the cue ball back into the yellow. And he should land nice and straight on the next one. Through the gap is okay. I don't think he's got too much angle here, but again, it's just a slightly tricky little shot here. He's betwixt and between two options. He can try and stun up table. He can try and come round the back of the red for the opposite corner. The little soft stun, and it's there. Little look to the heavens from Anthony Monarch, and I think that was a look because he knows his work is done. He knows he is going to make it through to the final. It has been a terrific performance from this young man. He has been almost untouchable, and Gareth Hibbert has done to him what he has done to so many before. It's Anthony Monarch through to the final with an unbelievably good win over Gareth Hibbert. 11 dishes in a row to finish this match, and we only played 12 frames. Quite extraordinary stuff. Gareth will make his way home, but Anthony Monarch will have to hang around for just a little bit longer. He will take on Gavin Robinson in the final, and that will be coming up next for you shortly, so don't go anywhere. Gavin Robinson taking on Anthony Monarch for the UK Open title in just a few minutes' time.
John McAllister, originally from Coventry but living in Stockton-on-Tees.
My name's Billy Snadden and I'm from Fishcross in Scotland.
Liam Power from Manchester.
Daniel Wiley and I'm from Dumfries in Bonnie, Scotland.
My name's Nick Powell and I live in Winsford, Cheshire.
I'm Ryan Hopkinson and I'm from Sheffield.
Liam Irving and I'm from a little pit village in Southend.
Dave Sanderson from York. I'd probably say my pattern play. Pattern play is probably my best area, yeah.
I'd like to say my mentality now. I think I've been working on that quite a lot. Yeah, I think that's a big part on what I've improved recently, and I think that's a massive part going forward. I've got to keep. So, yeah, I'd say that's right.
Strongest area, I'd probably say the break. To be fair, done a lot of work on that recently, and it is a big part of the game anyway.
I would say potting probably. Come from a snooker background, so potting should be easy.
When I was younger, I used to like Matt Williams and John Higgins, just because the way they played, basically. John was so solid, and Matt just made it look so effortless as well, and being a left-hander helps as well.
Stevie Walker. Colin Montgomery. I used to love watching them playing golf, and I've always supported them.
As a kid, Duncan Ferguson, because he was the one shining light in a very, very poor Everton team.
Ronnie O'Sullivan. So I think to be at that level for that long, battling them kind of demons is phenomenal.
People leaving their chalk on the table when I'm snooker as well and pool, it drives me crazy.
People leaving the chalk on the table.
Dry breaks.
Slow play.
Slow play, just abolish it, ban it, fire it.
Mentality as well. Yeah, it's one of them. I think this is a big part of the game now, and I think going forward, you know, in the pro ranks, I've got to make sure that's again, it's a trait that I've got to maintain going forward, as well as obviously potting, good white ball, things like that. But I think if I keep my head, I've got good passion for the game. I want to win, so yeah, that's where I think I can do well.
Weakness. Sometimes I can lose my head a little bit, get a bit frustrated if I play a bad shot or two, so it's definitely something I've worked on, yeah.
I'm not the best cueist. Years and years ago as a kid I played snooker, so I had a good background, but I'm not the best cueist, but on a 7-foot table I can get by.
Potting balls?
Probably tactical. You know, if you come up against an average player, I can probably hold my own, but once you come up against the top players, they've probably got the upper hand on me when it comes to tactical.
Corey Rees, I'd say. He always comes up in chats to you, yeah, Corey Rees.
Oh, there's quite a few, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say maybe Dan Davey, Craig Marsh, people like that.
Me? I'd probably say Matt Boyle. You know, Mark always you know, spoke, acknowledged, but yeah, even when playing matches as well, you know, great guy.
Probably Mark Boyle. He does so much for everybody, and he's always, whether he wins or loses, he's always got a kind word to say, and he'll take time to talk to people. So yeah, I would go with Mr. Magic.
Gaz Hibbert is great value, has time for everyone, so I'd go with Gaz.
I think this one's easy. I say Mark Boyle. I really like Mark Boyle. I've had some good conversations with him when I was an amateur last year, and he had some good words for us, so it meant a lot to me, that, and obviously what he does with the Lola stuff as well. I just think he's just a credit to the tour, isn't he? And his personality is amazing, so yeah, someone I look up to a lot.
I like Sheppy. I think Sheppy's good. Pretty stand-up guy, like. Yeah, he's been pretty good to me, so yeah, I'll go with Sheppy.
One last dance here at the UK Open in the Normandy Hotel in Glasgow. And it will be Gavin Robinson against Anthony Monach. Gav Robinson looking for his first IPA Tour title. He is a previous Masters winner, of course, but he is yet to reach the top step of the podium at a Tour event. Anthony Monach, of course, with that famous Open and Amateur double last season. Both of these two will be hoping to add silverware to the, in fairness, limited amount they have compared to a lot of the players that normally make these finals. Joining me in the commentary box for this one is Stevie Walker for one final time for the weekend. Good evening.
Yeah, it's almost over. A little bit earlier than normal.
Yeah, it seems to have gone rather quickly. I don't think we've ever had an open final start at 20 past 5
exactly.
before.
There was actually a moment where Rick, one of our referees, said to me earlier, I'm going to go for 6, half 6. We might get the final started. And I'm looking at the draw at that time and thought, have we binned the shot clock? 'Cause
yeah,
that's the only way it was ever going anywhere near 6 o'clock. But yeah, this is early. And this is the kind of early I like if I'm 5 hours drive up the road.
Yeah.
Not when I'm 25 minutes away.
Not so bad for you, no. And to be fair for me, I've got a flight booked, so it didn't really matter to me. I'm here till tomorrow afternoon regardless. That's not a great break from Gav. He did tell me he struggled with the break in the semi-final with Clint. They both did, though. So they did. Reverse dish after reverse dish. Wasn't quite the same story here on the TV table. And for me, that makes Anthony quite a heavy favourite because he broke beautifully against Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, watching from the side out there, he was breaking absolutely fantastic, but not just breaking well. He had a maturity, a composure, quality well beyond his years to put Gareth to the sword. And Renzi is out there, and Renzi said he has went up a few levels. He is.
He is. That performance against Gareth was up there with any performance anyone's ever done ever. There's just nothing.
It was outstanding.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, last year, Anthony went on and won the double as an amateur, guys. It was in Coventry. He won the men's amateur and then won the open event on the same weekend. I think only Mark Boyle had done that previously. However, it usually takes a little while for most when they step up to the pro ranks to get a pro title.
Yeah.
Or get a title as a pro, should I say. And this would be absolutely incredible because it only feels like yesterday he did that double. And here he is, not so long later, battling it out with another man from the northeast. But Gav will have something to say about it.
He will, but Anthony looks to be off to a flyer here. I assume he's going to save that 8 ball as a double. It's in quite a nice position. Got quite a nice ball with that yellow on the baulk line to land on the double. But it's one of those that's far enough up the table that it's actually quite missable. I feel like the doubles, the closer you get to the centre pocket, the easier they get. And there's a fair bit of distance between 8 ball and centre pocket here. Adjust well for the slide off the cushion.
This will be a big boost at the beginning. Get an opportunity and take it.
Pace control's key here. Under hit it and it'll slide too much. Over hit it and it'll grip too much. Looking for that Goldilocks weight of shot.
Never in doubt. Anthony Monarch, 1 to the good. And it's a break as Gav Robinson gets one dry. And the young man known as the Monk, was 1 frame in front here in the UK Open final in Glasgow.
So that is Anthony Monarch's 8th dish off the break in a row, if we stretch it back to the semis. So he's certainly the man in form.
And he's going to break next. Can he continue this dish fest off his own break?
That is the question. When he has had the first opportunity at the table, at the last 8 opportunities, he has not let his opponent out of their seat. He'd love to do it again now. Get himself a bit of breathing room between himself and Gav. Well, I think that answers the question. What a break.
It looks like something he's worked on.
Yep.
It really does. I noticed it, as I say, when I was at table side for the last match, and it just looked... everyone looks the same. And there's something in it, and the way he's working it, and the way he's letting his arm go. Opportunity knocks.
I'd just be a little bit disappointed with the red and yellow that are tied up together. But he has got an angle here to go into that straight away. If he does, comes out and all the yellows go. Really difficult to see a way back into this frame for Gav.
So he did try and just give it a little flick. Just get into it too much.
Not the end of the world. It will still go to the left centre.
Yeah, he's still got opportunities here. He's still got a chance.
But he wanted to open it. It would have made life easier.
He might still decide to try and nudge it, but I agree with you. I think if you just drop it in and leave it to the middle, but you might have to leave it to last to the middle.
Yeah, see, I think his intention might have been to play on it now, and if the cue ball had come, maybe a roll of the ball past the 8 ball, then I could see him going for it, but this is a tricky shot now if he's going to take that on, so... This is a better angle to get on it.
Yeah, there's still stuff to do here. He's still got to land the right side so they can get a decent shot on his next ball for the black. You don't want to really be going towards those reds at the top. Still work to be done here for me. If he can drop on it on the right-hand side, like that, and then push to the left, and then take the yellow to the top, I think the black will go to the right middle, so that, if he can get there, and he's made sure he got there.
Yeah, that's about as good as he could have done, I think.
He's just going to go slightly left and take the yellow to the top. I'm sure he will here.
If he can leave himself... Yeah, he's looking at that. That is what he's playing. Like you say, it looks like the 8 ball will go to the right centre. Fraction harder would have been good. can't just drift this in now because the cue ball's going to be going into the left centre pocket.
Yeah, so he's going to have a slightly tougher 8 ball. Unless he thins this, he's looking at thinning this in. He's going to have some serious traffic to miss and control the pace. So he's going to cut it in.
Can he catch it thick enough that he can get through the gap between the two reds either side of the balk line? What he's tried is played it beautifully. That's a wonderful shot.
Yeah, my worry was the red closest to the pocket on the right-hand side here. Because if he missed that, like they got the gap and then it was too thin, they end up behind it at the middle pocket. So very well done. Young Monarch goes 2 in front. Tapping the leg from Gav. What else can you do?
An absolutely exceptional touch is Anthony Monarch. And I just get the feeling it's going to be a real tall order for Gav to stop him.
I think in the form he's showing right now, Liam Dunster might have had trouble stopping him.
Yep. Yeah, don't adjust your sets, by the way. You are seeing this correctly. This is an IPA final that doesn't contain Liam Dunster.
Yeah, Liam is...
It's only taken 6.
Exactly. I was speaking to him last night about the fact that he had been in obviously the 5 finals and that kind of hunger, and he said he's just not been happy with his game. He's not in the sense of how he's been, just the break and certain things have been a wee bit temperamental and I said, so what is it that kind of drives you? And he went, to win every tournament. It's as simple as that. He just wants to win every tournament.
He must be the only player in the world that goes 5 finals in a row. I'm not happy with my game.
That's what I mean, but it's a frightening thought.
Yeah, it is. There's not a more driven person in the world, I don't think. And this is a slump of the shoulders from Gav Robinson, and it tells its own story. Because it's another dry break. It's another chance for Anthony Monarch. In the form he's in, even though this isn't an easy chance, don't expect Gav to get out of that seat again.
Yeah, what a time for your break to desert you when you get to the final. But to be fair, I don't think it's been great, to be honest, in the last few rounds as well.
No, and that's all well and good when you're coming up against people who are also struggling with the break. But when you come up against someone who isn't, as Anthony isn't at the moment, then that spells bad news.
Just needs to drop it. And the red at the top right is the obvious awkward ball, but if you look at the red to the left of it, anywhere on that line or slightly below, and he can cut it back, it also goes to the top left. I don't believe it will be as big a problem as it might look for some people.
Yeah, I think the gap is probably a little bit deceiving from this camera angle, but there is a very clear gap for that cut when we looked at the overhead.
Yeah, there's definitely a gap. It's okay saying there's a gap. You've still got to get on it.
Oh, yeah. He's got a nice ball there, hasn't he? He's got a couple of,
He's got a big shot to play here.
Yeah, if he can get the cue ball anywhere over, well, putting his hand really, anywhere on that line.
I think he needs to be as straight as possible on that one to the top left, or at least slightly to the opposite side.
He's well a bit short. Not the end of the world, because he is on the middle of the 3 reds to the top right.
Yeah, that's
and
what
he can probably drag it round and then land. Now he needs to land straight on this one. If he has any angle
He's okay if he comes past it. If he lands at the opposite side, if he lands high on it,
Yeah,
then
exactly
I think
that,
he's in
yeah.
serious bother. But
Yes.
this shot here is key.
When he hasn't gone far enough. He has not gone far enough, has he?
I wonder if he can play it into the bottom side of the bag and just stop the cue ball. Oh, this is tight.
2 inches short of 2 inches more, and he's perfect. But where he is now, this is. Oh. Looking at even running into it. Tried to stop it.
I don't know. Don't know.
Well, he's coming round to have a look at the 8 ball, so I think he's okay.
No, we're about to find out.
But he's just immediately up. And I think this is the camera angle giving us a false impression. Yeah, no problem at all.
Loads and loads of check side on that. So he started it outside and he's played it fantastic. Anthony Monarch 3, Gavin Robinson 0, and Dan, 2 of those breaks were Gavs.
Yep. Another dish in the bank for Anthony Monarch. And it's a long way back from 3-0 in a race to 7 when your opponent isn't missing.
It really is. It's a tough task to win any tournament, to win any match, to win any frame.
I'm not.
But
Yeah. I'm not saying Gav's out of it. But
no, of course he's not.
Of course not, but the odds would be long.
Listen, there's a lot of people that would be forgiven for sitting saying, wait a minute, what is this kid doing here? But Gav's one of the only players that I know deep down, no matter what, even if he has some rough times, he kind of doesn't see that it's on him. He kind of says, well, I've done nothing wrong, so it doesn't bother me. And he really is that way inclined. So he'll feel, I've had a couple of dodgy breaks, but what else could I do? So
Yeah, well, you're right.
Let's see how he reacts. But I tell you what, he needs a handout here. He needs something from Anthony to throw back at him.
He will tell you about those dodgy breaks for half of your life. But he looks a picture of focus in the corner there, Gav Robinson. But a man who is the embodiment of focus at the moment is this man at the table, Anthony Monarch, breaking in frame 4. My God.
When I spoke to him when he was walking out the door, I said, your break's going well, eh? And he said, he said, yeah, you know what, Steve, I've binned the cut break. And I was like, well, I wasn't really talking about what break you're doing. I'm just saying it's going well. And yeah. But I mean, he had a really good cut break.
Yep.
But obviously at one point it deserted him a wee bit, and he's managed to find a new kind of break that seems to be, well, it's all right.
Whatever this is, it's working exceptionally well. And he's got a nice chance here on reds. They look a little bit awkward in the bottom half of the table, but tricky first shot here will open it right up. The right hand of that diamond of reds towards the bottom right corner. If he were to take that first, get the cue ball back out, then there's just no issues on the table at all. But he's missed it.
I am surprised that he didn't drift back out high.
100%. I thought he was going to play that much softer than that. Just drift the cue ball. And you talked about a potential handout from Anthony towards Gav, and he might have got it. Still an open table.
Yeah, and he's not left him a red.
That's the only snag, isn't it? And yeah, okay, you've got a plant up to the top right, yellow onto red, but it's hampered. So awkward.
Yeah, and no real control of the cue ball at the same time.
And probably not any position on a red afterwards if he plays that one. How about the double? The red to the right of the cue ball. I don't think that's a massively difficult shot for Gav.
Yeah, I just wonder if the yellow's slightly in the way. Looks like the line he would have to play is almost on line with that yellow. Looks tight. So it is the plant.
Digging in, playing it with pace. Played it beautifully. Has given himself a shot here, Gav. It's another plant.
That was brave. That was really good.
This shot really is frame ball. And he's got the pop, but he hasn't got the position. He throws his arms wide like the angel of the north.
Yeah, he was trying to kind of run onto the black there, and he's ended up catching it thick. And unfortunately for him, cue ball has ran well wide and gone through the gap, not touching anything.
Used his extension as well, so he's in a tricky spot here, and he's got to be quick making his mind up too.
Oh my word. Oh, is he on the... No, he's not. He's unfortunate, I have to say. Yeah, he's cut the red into the middle, and then it's managed to go side cushion and then through every ball and end up in that opposite corner.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Cushion first.
Cushion first.
I tell you what, this is going to be some finish.
I mean, he looked dead and buried.
He's had no right to be in the position he's in right now. But this is what I actually said to his dad. He said he's not been playing much. I said, I know he said that to me. I went, but you know what? He's in the final now. He might as well go out swinging regardless. And this is what he's doing.
There's one thing he's got, isn't he? He's got bottle in spades. He's showing every inch of it here. This is brilliant.
Yeah, that's a Gav Robinson finish, if there was ever one. A few years ago, when I met him for the first time, in the middle of a match, to beat me in a decider, he took 3 of the most crazy head-wrecking finishes I've ever seen. And that is very much a Gav Robinson finish done. Absolutely brilliant.
Now, is that the kind of thing that can spark him into life? The thing that really needs sparking into life for Gav is his break. Let's not forget, that was essentially his first visit to the table in this match.
He's going to break next. Does he change something? Or if he doesn't, something else does need to change.
Yeah, you can say it's luck as much as you like, but no, it's that definition of madness is trying the same thing and expecting different results, isn't it? So, yeah, I think it might be time to change something for Gav. By the sounds of the previous match, pretty much every break he had in that one was dry as well, so I don't know how you change it, but kind of think you got to at some point.
Do you want a cut break here? I think he is. And it doesn't surprise me. Front ball for Gav hasn't been working. It's time to make a change. Ah, you take that. At first he was thinking, oh, come on, I've got a ball. And then it's like, yeah, I'll take that.
Tell you what, that is a rare sight, because I think he's got one of every colour there. All 4 of them.
He's managed to...
Don't know if I've ever seen that before.
He's managed a bit of history there.
Yeah, quite possibly. 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 black, 1 white. Lovely. That should actually win the frame for me. get every single one. This golden break nonsense, but if you can get 1 of each colour, absolutely.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah. Tee himself up again for the second opportunity. Always creeps into the back of your mind, doesn't it, though, when you've had a break like that? Next one might well be dry, although he'll probably feel good about it because of the in-off. And that can make a big difference, psychologically at least.
Yeah, it's different when the black is in and you've left a tap in and you're raging that you've got to go again. But that, as you say, this is different. That's actually a better connection.
It is.
That's a better one than the first one.
He took a bit off that.
I think this is good. I think you pop the plant in and the yellows are all there.
Yeah, he was staring down that yellow, wasn't he, to see if he'd be able to get clean on it. Looks tight. To be fair, he might just be able to pop that. But if not, the plant is very much available.
Yeah, I think for getting back down for the other yellows, the plant's a shot. There's no doubt, and I think he can probably pot that, but he's coming into the red and probably leaving the cue ball pretty high in the table.
One thing I would say with the plant is that the red is, or the yellow is just far enough off the cushion that it would be quite a thin contact on the red. It's easy to sort of underdo this.
Yeah, it's a bit pace control, this one. Just nice and easy. Make sure the yellow's not dancing off the two jaws. That was my problem. But he's took his medicine. He looked at the yellow at the bottom here, so he's going to take the long pot.
I think it was just thin enough that he was worried about either missing it or losing control of the cue ball.
Quite possibly.
I think he'd rather know where it was, even if
I actually
the
think
next shot is more difficult.
I think he was killing the red, or trying to at least make it awkward just in case.
Yeah, quite possible.
But scoreline could make that happen. But just as you say, Dan, there's so many things that go through your mind when you're in that situation.
Oh no!
And I just felt that leaving the cue ball high meant it was going to be awkward, and now that might turn out to be genius.
I don't think so.
Nudging the red across the cushion, but this kid's not missing. In the worst case scenario, you've got to get the pocket there. He's not done so.
Exactly that. Yeah, it's not the red on the top cushion that would have stopped Anthony Monarch in this visit. It might have been if Gav had got the pocket, but he hasn't. The one good shot here to get himself into position, because he's not in prime position yet, Anthony. Probably a bit straighter on this red than he'd like. Feel like if he tops it through, he's going to be going into the other red. And if he stuns it, he's not really going to end up anywhere. Draw it to the side rail. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, still, yeah. He's looking at the angle of digging into this, going left cushion, top cushion, which I think is the shot.
He doesn't want to have any work to do with that red down towards the bottom right, because although Gav has left the pocket open, he hasn't left it wide open. You know, if you catch that yellow, it's going to double kiss it away. So it's not a big pocket or anything like that. It's got to be spot on and probably not too hard. This, I think, is a lovely angle.
Yeah, he's
Nip
got
back.
He's got himself a lovely pre-shot routine. And I know he's been up in Scotland a few times, but I would swear Alan Reynolds has got his arms around this kid, because it's it's everything that Renzi teaches. And I'm not saying nobody else does it, but it's very rare that I see. And I mean, he is part of that stable these days. So, yeah, just this is just Renzi over the back going round. And I know loads of players do it, but it's the religious nature of it, constantly over and over and over and. This is a shot, Dan.
There is a touch of the Steve Davis about him, isn't there?
He's just brilliant.
That kind of, like you say, that religious routine got.
So talented. He was one of them, I think, last year, even though when he won things and he was like, I'm speechless, I can't even believe it's happened and stuff like that. Back then, that was as genuine. He looked like he was going to cry. Right now, he knows how good he is.
Yeah.
He's got the shoulders back, chest puffed out, and he's basically saying, come ahead. Everybody, I'm here. And he is. Boy, is he showing it.
Gav's going to take a walk out of the arena. That will go down as a big missed opportunity Gavin Robinson, especially in the context of the current scoreline, 4-1 with Anthony Monarch to break. Again, he's had a good chance off every single one of his breaks. Just feels like a very, very long way back for the Rocket at this point. Really has been a terrific weekend here in Glasgow. We have thoroughly enjoyed bringing it to you. And looking forward to the rest of the season, Stevie, to be fair.
I mean, we can't complain. It's been decent. There's been a lot of great pool. We even got to witness the English fans go mad in Scotland last night. So, yeah, it's been great.
It's been an interesting atmosphere.
It's been absolutely fantastic. I walked into the bar area and they were all moving chairs up towards the TV and stuff like that. And I walked down the front and went, what are you doing, guys? Not in England anymore. Get the chairs back. They all looked at me as if, is he being serious? I was like, no, I'm having a joke. And then it was, Steve, if we win, you're going to wear an England top. And I'm like, you're playing Panama, you're not playing in a final. Settle down. But it was good fun. It was all real good fun. And yeah, I mean, I enjoy every event, Dan, to be fair. I enjoy the buzz of catching up with people that you generally only see at these events. And yeah, it's all good. And on to the next one.
I enjoyed the chorus of Three Lions followed by the chorus coming back the other way of No Scotland, No Party. That was quite good.
The Monarch break is coming at us right now once again, and so far that has been the weapon of the day. Might start calling him the bazooka. Wayne, thank you very much for that, mate. Always appreciated. And hopefully, and in fact, I'm sure we'll see you at the next one. We normally do, don't we? Just a shame you didn't make it to Glasgow, mate. Oh. Dry break, Anthony Monarch.
Surely not.
Well,
I wasn't expecting that, just because I felt like Gav had maybe missed his chance to sway the momentum of the match. But perhaps it's not quite done yet.
I mean, these balls aren't easy, but for me, the previous frames, when the young man has smashed them open, he's went in and finished. So for me, I'm just delighted to get out of my chair here, and Gav's got to make the best of it.
Wonder if can he cut this yellow he's closest to in and sort of take the cue ball over the table and rest on the red near the cushion. Little bit more pace and he'd have been right in amongst it. But it would have been really nice if he could have cleared that yellow on the balk line sort of straight away. Now that's probably going to have to be quite a thin cut wherever he leaves it. Oh, this needs to slow up. I think he's just okay.
A little tap from Monarch there, but I'm not sure he's on that. I think he might need to try and play something a bit cute.
So tough to tell, isn't it?
Yeah. The overhead would suggest that he is. So let's go with the overhead, Dan. Yeah, stick with the overhead.
The other thing the overhead showed us as well, and I did spot this earlier, is that red down towards the bottom right corner isn't covering that pocket, because all he can do really is drift this one into the centre. It's a tight enough angle that you don't want to put any pace into this shot. So the one below the centre pocket, that will go down past that red. Doesn't have to, of course. Could take the yellow next to the 8 ball now.
Yeah, I think he might have to do. Yeah, I think that's a shot there, because he's going to lose the cue ball any other way.
If he'd come out a bit further.
100%.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Short of pace, and it's close to the cue ball, cushion rather.
No, yeah, man, he can still play the shot down the cushion.
Yep, that's true. But he's going to be pushing forward, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he needs to jack up and try and get towards the reds. The two reds that's close to each other. Oh, this is.
He hasn't made his mind up, and he needs to hurry. Just left a very thin cut, but this is incredibly awkward.
I think he'll play the double.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. If he does decide to cut it, that is razor thin, and the cue ball's travelling. He's looking down the table now. He should have looked there earlier. I don't even know if he ever looked at that.
No, I'm not so sure.
I think he's just looking to see if the cue ball might go in.
Is he worried about the double, if he goes for the double, that it might go in off?
I think so.
How's your luck? No good. But ultimately, this finish has perhaps been a little bit slapdash ever since the off. Ever since that first shot where he underhit it by quite a margin. Got himself back in, but it was like he never fully committed to his route.
Yeah, he has been chasing it a wee bit. And unfortunately, it's led to this situation.
And this situation is an easy finish for Anthony Monarch to take a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, it's getting away from Gav. And it's getting away from him fast. He's played a couple of great shots there. Cracking pots, I should say. But when you've not got control of the cue ball, and it's mad, this is probably the one moment where Gav's maybe thinking, well, he's not played a lot. And although you get to a final and you're going to go down swinging regardless, that tiny bit of control that you probably do get from playing more consistent is maybe the thing that's just caught up in the end. But listen, I don't care what MD says, it ain't over till it's over. And Gav's not out of this yet.
No, of course. You know, there's a huge amount of pool still to be played. There's a lot that can still go wrong, but if the momentum of this match doesn't turn, Gav has had two massive opportunities to turn it in his favour.
Nicely controlled. And pattern perfect once again. Two balls to the top right. I think arguably it will be the red to the middle. He's got so many options. He might pull it back. He might roll through. He's looking at it in the middle. I think that's a shot.
Yep, agreed. Push this through. Maybe just a touch further than where the red is now. Good enough.
Yeah, a little jab now. A slight run through, past the middle, the line of the middle pockets. Absolutely plumb.
(5-1) to the Monk. And I'm afraid the rocket hasn't quite lifted off in this match. Gavin Robinson has had a couple of chances. He'll be sat in his seat going, okay, I was 3-0 down to 3 dishes, but ultimately probably should be 3-all.
Yeah. He's had a couple of opportunities. They weren't easy, to be fair. He did have to chase them a little bit, and that happens, though, when your opponent is absolutely flying. You feel the need to really have a go at things, and Gav was never going to refuse them, but they weren't easy. They weren't straightforward. They weren't just as simple as a dot to dot. There was traffic. There was a lot of danger, but at this level in these finals, you've got to get them. And unfortunately, Gav hasn't to this point. 5-1 down. Young Monarch needs 2. Gav needs 6. So this match really needs to turn on its head, and it needs to happen quick. Frame number 7. Gav to break. Mountain to climb. It's not insurmountable. But as I said, I think if the train is going to change direction, it needs to happen now. Changing the break again. He actually had a good one the last time he did the cut break.
I don't understand this logic.
His previous cut break
came out nice. He should have dished them, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Proved us wrong. But his face tells a story, doesn't it? The red and yellow that have tied themselves together are causing a big problem here. Both colour sets.
Yep.
Really have an opener either, does he? Thought maybe the plant red onto red to the bottom right, but I'm fairly sure he can't see that.
He's played that as a kind of shot to nothing because it's still danger here, even though the cue ball's wide open now. There's no gimmies in this frame.
No, not at all. And there's no obvious balls to attack that area in the top half of the table with in Bork.
I mean, young Monarch could play yellow onto red, get himself on reds, and then what? There really is work to be done no matter what in this frame. So
I suppose if you play the top red off the yellow in the red, you're probably still going to keep control of the pocket, and then maybe you can look to work your way into the frame.
Yeah, I don't even think he can play that top red, to be honest.
I think he can just enough of it, maybe. I was looking at the yellow.
Yeah, I think he can cut it off a cushion. I don't think he can play it towards the yellow. That's not bad. I mean, he's found the gap to the one to the right middle, and he's got the one to the left middle now. So
actually a terrific shot, isn't it? And now, I mean, if he stuns this one in, he's got a lovely angle on the red to the right centre to go up towards them, but it is asking a lot. But the yellows are so open now, there's almost no advantage in not doing that.
this is a shot. And again, he's left himself perfect to kick that. No guarantees he's going to land on anything, but that's the nature of the game.
Yeah. He wants quite a full contact on the red. I think he knows that it will push the yellow away, probably far away from the jaw enough. And also that would leave him probably a shot down to the bottom right if he gets it right.
Oh.
No, didn't get into it enough at all. And now he's chasing this.
Does he get another chance? Screw off the left-hand cushion into the yellow. at the top. But then again, yeah, I actually like that,
like that
because then
shot.
the red will go to the opposite side and he should have a shot.
Yep, I like that shot too. Worth the risk for me because he's so far behind in the frame now.
Really surprised.
What's this then? Yeah.
Is it the same idea apart from the opposite side? I don't know. He's got me thinking now. Now he's obviously got something in mind.
That yellow was a little bit further to the left, the one above the red. He could almost like try and arc this round, you know, when you and top it through, but I think that's in the way of that shot.
So he's going to try and screw off the side cushion, the right-hand side towards it. I don't think it's on.
He hasn't got the angle for that.
I do not think it's on.
I think the shot that I've suggested might be the one, but he'd have to absolutely pump it. But if you hit this at 100 miles an hour, the cue ball will throw around the yellow.
But a magic.
Oh my
But magic
goodness,
from
what
Anthony
a
Monarch.
shot.
I don't think this is on. Watch me go, guys. Wow.
Well, I've seen it all now.
Take a bow, young man.
That is
Wow.
quite simply one of the best shots you will ever see.
Absolutely sensational.
And yes, sure, he's trusted to a bit of luck to land this nicely on it, but doesn't he deserve it?
The previous shot, with 2 seconds to go, he plays a drop in, leaves himself an angle that did not look anything on, because he's not screwed it. When normally people play that shot, they play the running side shot where it runs off side cushion, top cushion, side cushion. It's a bit of a show shot. He played that with check.
Yep.
And came straight into that. Sensational finish in a million.
Sensational is one of many words that could be used to describe that, but none of them could probably do it justice. That positional shot from Anthony Monarch, it didn't look on. As you said, the amount of side, the amount of precision you need to get that cue ball moving in that way, that is the sign of top talent. And that is exactly what Anthony Monarch is. And Gav Robinson is left in his seat, scratching his head, because you can't win against a player playing this well.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. Not only to have the vision, the audacity, and the quality to pull off something like that. I just think, well, we're talking about someone who's just reached a level of ability, maturity, and he's got a swagger to his game. He's not a cocky player. The way there's just an air of confidence. There's something coming off him. And as I say, I'm going to call it a swagger. It's a kind of Scottish sense. We say that all the time. I know loads of people say, but he has. There's just something. There's an aura coming off him right now, and it is an absolute joy to watch.
Beautiful break. Absolutely stunning break. My word.
Yep.
Good night, Vienna. That's... Oh. This is nothing better. Nothing better than that break. To be 6-1 up in a final, break off and get those.
Yeah, this is just a bit composure now.
But if he can make that break a bit of a trademark, and it looks like he's on his way to doing, you know, we've had plenty of people with trademark breaks. He is going to be such a force to be reckoned with in the future. I mean, he already is.
Yeah, just we could go on and on and on all day about how talented we believe he is and how he would come into the pro ranks and compete, and he's got all these kind of things that you say when someone steps up to the pro ranks. That's got ability, they've got potential, you believe they can hang. This kid could be right in the mix.
You just feel
if he
like
continues like this.
Kind of the first young player we've seen come through and make this sort of impression. Perhaps since maybe Gio Edgar, perhaps even since Liam Dunster. And that is serious company to be in.
Yeah, what an addition to the IPA pro ranks this young man is and is going to be. Nobody's going to forget the name, that's for sure. He's already done so much. But I think this kid is going to be around for a long, long time, and he's going to rack up the titles. Slightly surprised that he played that way. I thought he could have just dropped that. And
yeah, I agree. I was expecting him to just run it in.
Yeah, slightly surprised, but hey.
Obviously felt like the angle was running against him perhaps a touch too much, but it's worked out okay.
Yeah, maybe he's sitting going, this isn't fair on the commentators. Let's do something mad.
Yeah, it's not completely straightforward now, this finish. Where it looked it for all the world.
No. I
think he's okay.
Yeah, it's just, does he want the cue ball back roughly where it is?
I think he's just going to leave it where the yellow is. I think that's just about going to give him the gap for the 8 ball. Maybe just a fraction over to the right. Oh, he screwed it back. He's nowhere.
He's okay.
He's just,
Yeah, I think he can cut it back, but that's, it's a lot thinner than it could have been.
Yeah, I think
probably should have been.
I think the cue ball took just a touch of a dive to the right, to the left, rather, from our point of view, when that came back. But this is a very thin snick for the title now. But he's got it.
Never in doubt.
Anthony Monarch is the 2026 UK Open champion. A terrific performance in both the semi-final and the final, leading to a 7-1 victory over Gav Robinson in the final. He has just been magnificent throughout these last couple of rounds and probably throughout the entire tournament. A word for Gav Robinson. Didn't do a lot wrong, but ultimately he did miss the odd chance here or there to change the course of this match. And in the end, there was nothing he could do to stop the monk. Anthony Monarch is the UK Open champion. Stevie Walker will be making his way across to the arena shortly. So I will say thank you from the commentary box to everyone who has helped us out this weekend. But I'm sure Stevie will do the honours properly in a few moments. Once again, just a massive congratulations to Anthony Monarch. And we will cross over any minute now for the trophy presentation.
stick left you together. Sometimes it doesn't just rain, it falls. Like, six people who don't understand pool and not watching that far. That's why you know how to play the game. It's like, you know what I mean? I only missed one chance. That break just said it all.
Welcome back, guys, and what a final it was. And guys, please give a hand for the players. Unfortunately, there always has to be a runner-up, and it is Gav Robinson. A few issues with the break there, kind of caught you out, and obviously your opponent was on fire.
Yeah, young Anthony played well. Obviously, he's just beat Hibbert. I knew he was going to be hard to beat, but you just want a fair share of chances, didn't you? And obviously, I felt like I hit the first couple all right. I mean, I've not hit them brilliant. I'm obviously going from the side to just try and control the white a bit, but on another day they come out sticky, and today I don't think it mattered what happened. I wasn't winning that much, but break plays a big part in it, doesn't it? Obviously, I didn't break brilliant in my last match, to be fair, but neither did Clint, so I got away with it. But I didn't miss a ball in the match. I think one maybe. So I'm happy how I've played this weekend because I put a lot of time in over the years. Obviously, the last 12 months I've sort of let myself down a bit, and obviously my backers understand that I can't play pool every day of my life, you know. So sometimes you've just got to try and store what you have learned over the years. And like I say, I've came up short today, but I'll be back for another go, Walker.
Well, we spoke on Friday, and you've obviously not been playing a bit, so it's a wee bit of a free hit, and here you are in the final. You're going to ride your luck at times, but you've played some amazing stuff at the same time, and for somebody that's not been playing a lot, you've got to take that as a bonus.
Yeah, I was on holiday last week, and I did end up practicing all week when I come back this week. The weather was just too hot. I mean, I had a couple of knocks with my dad, and that was about it. An hour on a night, maybe. But I just always take the positives now, you know. I never try and push because, like, you know what can happen, stuff like that. And obviously, young Monarchs played brilliant there, credit to them, so can't really have too many. It's not like I've missed this, that and the other, you know. Them's the ones what hurt. That one there, you just got to brush it off and go again, like.
Oh, that's it, mate. You can't brush it off and go again. Ladies and gentlemen, Gav Robinson. Okay, mate, well done. And what a sensational performance, ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Monarch. You were breaking like some kind of big steroid maniac there. That was unbelievable, and you played outstanding at the same time.
Yeah, I felt good all day today, to be fair. Played really well, broke really well. Changed from the cut break because that was starting to go wrong, and went to the sort of front break. And yeah, it went pretty well.
Is it something you've worked on, that front break? Is it, I mean, I'm assuming you've practiced it because it was pretty much the same all the way through, but it's not only getting a ball off the break, not only getting an opportunity, they don't put themselves, you've still got to take the finishes, and you look like you were bang on it.
Yeah, I was just confident, to be fair. I mean, I think knowing that you've maybe won one before and stuff, it gives you that little bit of confidence to think, right, I can do it. I just felt good, felt confident, you know.
Well, I don't know the exact number of dishes where it was reverse break dishes, but over the last two matches that we were on this table, it was a high number.
Yeah.
That level of consistency will win you titles. That's got to give you confidence going forward.
Oh, hugely. I mean, the game against Hibbert as well, I think we both played unbelievable. There was about 10, 11 dishes in that or something out of 12 frames or something.
Last year when you won the double, I was saying to Dan in commentary there, I mean, even though he'd won that double, you could feel that nervousness about him, and I can't believe it. Right now there's an aura, there's a confidence. You can see it when you're walking around the table, and even right now talking to you, there's still a lot of pool to be played this year. Not much can stop you if you play like that.
There's a few more tournaments. I need to start doing better in the pros. I think I've only won one game out of 3 tours or something so far.
Well, winning a title here's not too bad.
Yeah, it'll give us a bit more motivation to do well in the future.
Well, let's get your trophy. Our UK Open champion here in Glasgow, Anthony Monarch. On you go, son. You can take that. Get a quick picture. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was absolutely sensational. Takes 2 players to tango in a final. Gav's break not really going for him, which is unfortunate, but Anthony Monarch, very much a worthy winner. Absolutely sensational. What can he do going forward? Time will tell. But massive thanks to each and every one of you watching at home Bronwyn, our top table, absolutely sensational all week. All the referees, my co-pilot Dan Fairway, the guys that look after the tables, every one of us that make this happen over the course of a week. All our sponsors that make it happen as well. It has been absolutely first class. But for me, my next one's going to be on my travels. No, in fact, I might be in Glasgow again for the Masters. So guys, we'll be back soon. So we'll see you very, very soon. I think it's in August. So good night from me.